Plato's Republic audio story Part 2. Greek dramatists wrote either tragedies or comedies, but not both, and the actors acted in one or the other, but not both. Human nature appears even more splintered than that. Adimantus. One man can't imitate several different things well, or even do the things that he represents in imitation. True. If we want to keep to our original idea, that our guardians must be freed from all other crafts to be painstaking craftsmen of their city's freedom, pursuing nothing that doesn't contribute to this end, then they mustn't do or imitate anything else. If they imitate anything, it must from childhood on be men with qualities befitting a guardian, courage, temperance, liberality, reverence, and so on. They must shun the clever imitation of slavish or shameful acts as they would the acts themselves, to avoid reaping reality from imitation. Or haven't you noticed how imitation, if practiced from childhood, settles into natural habits in speech, body, and mind? I certainly have. Then, I said, we mustn't let our charges, if we want them to grow into good men, imitate a woman, nagging her husband, boasting and challenging the gods, wallowing in seeming happiness or noisy grief, much less one who's sick, in love, or in labor. Absolutely not, he said. Nor slaves, male or female, doing the work of slaves. No. Nor evil, cowardly men doing the opposite of what we just said, ridiculing and abusing each other, drunk or sober, with disgusting words, and debasing themselves and others with the kind of speech and acts used by that sort of person. Nor should they get in the habit of imitating maniacs. They must recognize baseness and insanity in both men and women, but never practice or imitate them. Very true, he said. Should they imitate blacksmiths and other craftsmen, or be people like rowers and coxswains? They can't very well imitate occupations they're supposed to ignore. Perhaps by watching her on stage. Imitation, in Plato, has three meanings: 1. A poet's representation of something, 7. A performer's presentation of it, and 3. The audience's participation in it. What about horses snorting and bulls roaring and rivers dashing and seas splashing and thunder crashing? We've already forbidden them to act like maniacs. If I understand you correctly, Adimantus, there's one form of narrative style used by a truly good man, and another, opposite form used by a man of opposite nature and breeding. What are they? He asked. It seems to me, I replied, that a moderate gentleman, when he comes in his narration to an act or a speech of a good man, doesn't hesitate to present it as though he himself were that man, is not ashamed of that kind of imitation, which he makes dose when the character acts sensibly and reliably, less dose if he's tripped up by illness, love, drink, or some other misfortune. But when he comes to a man unworthy of him, he's ashamed to liken himself seriously to someone inferior, except briefly, perhaps, when the man does something good, because he's had no practice in imitating such people and because he finds it repulsive to efface his own character and mold it to the patterns of people he despises. If he does, then only for play. That seems likely, he said. Then he'll use the mixed style we just described in Homer, but with relatively little imitation and much narrative, or is this all nonsense? No, it's the necessary pattern of such a speaker. 397. But a worthless fellow will use more imitation in proportion to his own worthlessness. He'll consider nothing beneath him and stoop to imitating anything seriously, even in public. Thunder, howling winds, hail, squeaky wheels and pulleys, blaring trumpets, flutes, bugles, and every other instrument, as well as barking dogs, mooing cows, and bee-chirping birds. His style will be almost all imitation of sounds and gestures with little or no narration. That's necessary too, he said. So those are the two forms of style I meant. Indeed. The first has little variation, so that if you give the words a suitable melody and rhythm, a proper speaker can recite nearly the whole thing to this one melody in almost the same C rhythm. But the other form has multifarious variations, and all melodies, modes, and rhythms are needed to recite it properly. Footnote: the poet here is probably meant to be Homer. Isn't that right? Absolutely, he said. Doesn't every poet or speaker hit upon one or the other of these styles, or upon some blend of the two? Necessarily. Well, what shall we do? Allow them all, one of the pure D styles, or the blend? If I have my way, we'll take the pure one that imitates a decent man. But the mixed one's more pleasant, Dimantus, and the opposite style from yours is absolutely delightful to children, teachers, and the masses. I know. But, I said, you might point out that it's out of tune with our regime because our men aren't variable, each does only one thing. Only in a city like ours will you find the shoemaker simply making shoes and not navigating on the side, the farmer not a part-time juror, or the soldier a businessman. True, so it's not in tune at all. Then if Devonis has given some man the ability to, footnote, the poet here is probably meant to be Homer, become anything and imitate everything, and if he should show up in our DTY to make a display of himself and his poetry, we'll bow down to him for being a delightful, supernatural wonder and tell him there's no one in our city like him and that it's unlawful for a man like him to be there. Then we'll anoint his head with oil, wreathe him with wool, and send him off to some other city. Footnote: the poet here is probably meant to be Homer. We'll stick to our own austere and cheerless storyteller because he's beneficial. He imitates the speech of a decent man and frames his stories on those patterns we set down in the beginning, when we undertook our soldiers' education. If it's up to us, he said, that's what we'll do. Well, Adimantus, I said, I'd say we've completely covered the words and plots of poetry. We've said what should be told and how. Now I suppose we should look at sea songs and lyric poetry. Footnote: the poet here is probably meant to be Homer. Greek lyric poetry was always sung to music, and often accompanied by dance. Clearly. By now I think anyone could figure out what we must say about that to make it harmonize with the rest. Glaucon laughed. Then I'm not anyone, Socrates. I still couldn't guess what we should say, though I have an inkling. Well, I said, at least you can say that lyric consists of three things: words, melody, set in a certain mode, and rhythm. Yes, he said, I can say that much. I should think the words must be set in the styles and patterns we've already established, and melody and rhythm have to follow the words, don't they? Of course. Well, we said we didn't want dirges and laments, so tell me which modes are used in them. You should know, Glaucon, you're a musician. Modes like the mixed and the sharp Lydian. Throw them out, I said. They're not good for decent women, much less men. Now drunkenness, idleness, and softness are unsuited to guardians, so what are the soft, convivial modes? Certain Ionian and Lydian modes called a loose. Are they of any use to warriors, my friend? No, so I guess that leaves you the Dorian and the Phrygian. I don't know the names, I said, just leave one mode to imitate the voice of a brave man engaged in warfare or any enforced activity, who if he fails, coming on wounds, death, or some other misfortune, sustains his fate with unflinching endurance. And leave another for a man engaged in peaceful, voluntary activities, trying to move a god by prayer or a man by instruction and advice, or contrariwise, submitting himself to persuasion, instruction, or advice and acting on it with success, not arrogantly, but reasonably and temperately and accepting the outcome. These two modes, one enforced, the other voluntary, suited for imitating brave, temperate men in fortune and misfortune, are all we need. Greek music had more than a dozen modes, analogous to our major and minor keys. Each was strongly associated with a different emotional effect, and all had distinctive names, Dorian, Lydian, etc., which were passed on to medieval church music. "You're asking for the two I just mentioned," he said. "Then we don't need many stringed instruments that have a wide range, like harps and lutes. We won't have to support people who make instruments like that. It doesn't look like it. Shall we admit flutists and flute makers? Or is the flute the stringiest instrument of all, which instruments of wide range actually imitate? Obviously. That leaves the lyre and the zither as instruments useful in town. Shepherds in the pastures will whistle on some pipes. That's what the argument would seem to indicate. We're not doing anything exactly new in preferring Apollo and his instruments to Marsyas and his. By Zeus, he said, I guess we're not. By the dog, Glaucon, we didn't even notice. We've been curing our city's indigestion. How temperate of us. Come on, let's finish the purge. As with melody, we'll reject intricate rhythms and multifarious steps. We'll have to observe the rhythms that correspond to a brave and orderly 40 life and make the metrical feet and the music follow the words suited to such a life, rather than the words follow the feet and the music. What the rhythms should be, Glaucon, is for you to say. I'm sorry, Socrates, I can't. I've observed that the metrical feet and their corresponding dance Steps are woven from 3 forms, just as in the notes there are 4 from which all the modes are made. But which imitates what sort of life I can't say. We'll have to confer with Damon, I said, and find out which rhythms are suited to slavishness, insolence, madness, and other evils, and which to their opposites. I seem to remember him talking obscurely about composite military, i.e., it has a wide range. The EFL effect is intentionally ludicrous. Apollo's instruments were the lyre and the zither, Marsyas's the pipe and the flute. Marsyas was a satyr who challenged Apollo to a flute-playing contest, lost, and was skinned alive. Translator's edition. These technical details are as obscure to us as to Socrates. Damon, below, was a contemporary writer on music. Dactylic and heroic feet, arranging them I don't know how and making them end long or short and be equal up and down. And I think he called something an I am and something else a trochee, giving them each longs and shorts. See, and in some I believe he praised and blamed tempo no less than rhythm, or maybe both together, FM not sure. But this is a terrible snarl, let's let Damon untangle it. Yes, he can have it. But this much you can untangle, I said, gracefulness attends good rhythm and awkwardness bad. Of course. If rhythm and melody follow the words, as we said, then good ones follow and assimilate themselves to beautiful diction, bad ones to ugly. Yes, and they must follow the words. Do speech and manner of diction follow the nature of the soul? Of course. And everything else follows diction? Yes. So good speech, good grace, good harmony, and good rhythm all attend good nature. Good-natured is used as a euphemism for foolish, but it literally refers to the good disposition of the mind. Positively, he said, if our young are to tend their own business, mustn't they pursue these qualities everywhere? Certainly. 401. Painting and similar crafts abound in them, as do weaving, embroidery, architecture, the making of all articles as well as the nature of the body and of other growing things, all are inherently graceful or awkward. Awkwardness, disharmony, and bad rhythm are kindred to bad speech and disposition, their opposites are kin and imitations of good, temperate disposition. Absolutely. Then not only poets, I said, but all craftsmen must be supervised and compelled to craft into their works the image of good disposition. We must forbid them to put awkwardness, slavishness, intemperance, or bad disposition into their buildings or other crafted objects or into the images of living things, and we must prohibit anyone who does so from practicing his craft, so that our guardians may not grow up among images of evil, as in a rank meadow where day by day see they graze on weeds, until they unwittingly fill their souls with one massive evil. Instead, we must seek out those craftsmen whose natural talent allows them to track down the nature of grace and beauty, so that our young, inhabiting a healthy region, may benefit from beautiful works all around them, whose sight and sound will everywhere impinge on them and whose influence, like a breeze wafting health from agreeable places, will, from childhood on, insensibly lead them to likeness, friendship, and harmony with beautiful reason. To nurture them so would be the most beautiful way. For this reason, Glaucon, the most sovereign nurture lies in poetry, because its rhythms and melodies enter the innermost part of the soul and powerfully seize it, bringing grace to make graceful one who is properly nurtured, graceless one who is not. A man properly nurtured in poetry will quickly spot shoddy, poorly made works and ill-grown things, and his joy and aversion will be properly placed. He'll approve beautiful things, joyfully take them into his soul, and from their nurture grow beautiful and good. Ugly ones 402 he'll hate and properly condemn even as a child before he can grasp the reason, and when reason comes he'll know her and embrace her as one of his own. For such reasons, I think, we educate men in poetry. It's like learning to read, I said. We weren't satisfied till we could recognize those few letters in whatever combination they occurred. We didn't disregard them or think them beneath our notice in large writing or small. We would be eager to distinguish them everywhere, because we knew we wouldn't be good readers until true, he said. Nor will we ever recognize their images reflected in water or a mirror until we know the letters themselves. It's all part of the same skill and discipline. In the same way, I maintain that we and the guardians we have to educate will never be musical until we recognize the forms of temper, also, music. See footnote 12, p. 48. i.e., liberally educated, since music meant education, as well as poetry, etc. Ans, courage, liberality, grandeur, and their relatives and opposites in any combination, and notice both them and their images wherever they occur, not slighting them in anything, large or small, because we consider it all part of the same skill and discipline. Absolutely necessary, he said. d. When beautiful characteristics occur in the soul and harmonize in agreement with those in the body, and both participate in the same pattern, isn't that the most beautiful sight for one who can see it? By far. And the most beautiful is the most lovable. Of course. Then the musical man will love men who are most like that. He'll never love someone discordant. Only if the lack is in the soul. If it's merely a physical blemish, he'll put up with it and cherish him anyway. I see. You have or have had sweethearts like that, Glaucon, and I concede your point. Now, what does excessive pleasure have in common with temperance? Nothing. It can be as maddening as pain. With any other excellence? Nothing. With insolence and self-indulgence then? Very much. Can you think of a stronger, sharper pleasure than sex? No, or one more insane. Is it the nature of proper love to love order and beauty temperately and harmoniously? Absolutely. Then should any madness or anything akin to self-indulgence beset proper love? No, not at all. Then neither must that strong pleasure beset proper love. A proper lover and his loved one should have nothing to do with it. No, by Zeus, It mustn't beset it at all, Socrates. Then, Glaucon, it seems you'll make a law in this city you're founding, permitting a lover to consort with his sweetheart and to touch and kiss him for beauty's sake, if he consents, like a son, footnote, i.e. physical training, in general. No serious friendship should give even the appearance of going beyond that, to avoid reciproques of lack of education and taste. Indeed, he said. Well, I said, does that bring our discussion of poetry to an end? It ended where it ought to have ended. The end of poetry is the love of beauty. I agree, he said. After poetry the young must be trained in gymnastics. Certainly. Here too they must be carefully trained all through life from childhood up. It's like this, I think, the excellence of a good body doesn't make the soul good, but the other way around, the excellence of a good soul makes the body as good as it can be. How do you feel about it? The same, he said. So if we've adequately ministered to the mind, we can turn the details of fussing with the body over to it and just outline the patterns. That will keep our discussion from getting too long. All right. We said they must avoid drunkenness. We can't let a guardian, of all people, get drunk and not know where on earth he is. It would be absurd for a guardian to need someone to guard him. What about diet? Our men will be athletes in the greatest competition. Will the condition of ordinary athletes suit 404 them? Probably. But it's a pretty sleepy condition and precarious for the health. Haven't you noticed how these athletes sleep their lives away and get violently ill at the slightest departure from their appointed routine? Yes. Footnote, i.e. physical training, in general. Footnote, i.e. physical training, in general. As usual in Plato, love refers to the love of a man for a younger man. In Athenian aristocratic circles heterosexual love was considered rather vulgar, though the common people took the opposite view. Our military athletes, I said, need a more sophisticated training program. They must be alert as watchdogs, be sharp of eye and ear, and insensitive on campaigns to changes of food and water, heat and cold. So won't the best gymnastic training for them be a sister to the simple poetry we just described? How? Good gymnastics, especially for soldiers, is probably simple and adaptable. In what way? You could learn that even from Homer, I said. In camp he doesn't regale his heroes with fish, even though they are by the sea on the Hellespont, or boiled meat, only with roast meat, the easiest thing for soldiers to prepare. It's almost always easier to use a plain fire than to drag pots around. It certainly is. And I don't think he ever mentioned sweets. But then every athlete knows you have to stay away from that sort of thing if you want to keep in shape. They've got the right idea there, he said. With that attitude, my friend, you probably won't recommend Syracusan cuisine, the infinite variety of Sicilian seasonings, or the seeming delights of Attic pastry? I don't think so. Would you criticize a man for having a Corinthian mistress if he wanted to keep fit? I certainly would. If you compared that kind of food and that whole way of life to a poem composed in every mode and rhythm, you wouldn't have a bad comparison. Variety in poetry breeds self-indulgence. In gymnastics, disease. Simplicity there puts temperance in the soul, here it puts health in the body. Very true, he said. When a city gets bloated with self-indulgence and disease, courtrooms and doctors' offices burst open, and litigation and medicine take on airs when free men take them seriously. How could it be otherwise? Can you imagine greater evidence of depraved education? Corinth was the pleasure city of ancient Greece, and therefore notorious for its girls. Than when eminent doctors and judges are in demand not only among workmen and rabble, but even among men with pretensions to a liberal upbringing. Or don't you think being forced through lack of personal resources to import justice from others, as though they were one's masters and judges, is shameful proof of bad education? Yes. It's the most shameful thing there is. Don't you think it even more shameful, Glaucon, for a man to waste his life on litigation in a courtroom and then display his lack of taste by preening himself on his talent for injustice and on his ingenuity at evading justice by twisting and turning and dodging until he finally wiggles out of it, all for little or nothing, ignorant of how much better and more beautiful it is to so arrange one's life as to have no need of a drowsy judge? Yes, he said, that's even more shameful. And don't you think it shameful to need a doctor, not to cure a wound or some common illness, but for gas and runs, brought on by indolence and the kind of life we've described, which flood the body like a marshy bog and force our elegant physicians to give them names like blasts and downpours? Those new names surely are strange. They didn't have such things in Asclepius's day, I said. I infer this from his sons at Troy. They didn't scold the e-girl when Eurypylus had been wounded for the Pramnian wine sprinkled with grated cheese and barley meal, which 406 she gave him to drink, or criticize Patroclus either, who was doctoring him. Yet this is just what we think of as an inflammatory drink. It is a strange drink for a man in that condition. Not if you consider that the Asclepiads didn't use this catering to disease called modern medicine until, they say, Herodicus came along. He was a sickly trainer who the legendary inventor of medicine. Doctors were often called Asclepiads. Degree I.E. They didn't scold her for giving him the drink after he had been wounded in battle. Also ludicrously stated in Greek, Plato has tongue-in-cheek and intentionally garbles the story. He relates it accurately in Ion 538d. In the Iliad, 11.611, FIF, not Eurypylus, but Machaon, himself a son of Asclepius, is wounded, binded gymnastics with medicine and fretted first himself to death and then many others after him. How did he do that? By dragging out bis death, Glaucon. He had a fatal disease he couldn't cure and spent his whole life, I believe, with leisure for nothing but treating himself and fretting whenever he strayed from his routine. So because of his cleverness he died slowly and finally reached old age. From his skill and noble wage. Appropriate, I said, for one who didn't know why Asclepius kept that kind of healing from his descendants, not because of inexperience or ignorance, but because he knew that for men who obey good laws each has an assigned job in his city that he must do, and no one has leisure to be sick and lie around being treated all his life. It's ridiculous that we recognize this in a workman, but not in someone seemingly happy. When a carpenter, for instance, gets sick, he expects the doctor to bring the disease up with an emetic or down with a laxative, or to cut it out with the knife or fire. If someone prescribes a long treatment with bandages on his head and all that, he snaps back that he hasn't got time to be sick and that it doesn't pay to live like that, minding your illness while neglecting your work. He'll tell such a doctor to go to Hades, then he'll return to his routine, get well and tend his own business. If his body can't hold up, he'll die and be rid of his troubles. That's the right attitude for a man like that. Because he had a job to do and it didn't pay for him to live if he couldn't get it done. Obviously. But a man, we say, doesn't have a prescribed job like that to make his life worthless if he can't get it done. So they say. I guess you don't hear Socrates saying that when a man has enough to live on he should practice excellence. Even before then, I think. Let's not argue with him about that, I said. Let's try to learn if that's the proper concern for a man, without which his life will be worthless, and if coddling a disease hinders the attention in a skill like carpentry, but is no hindrance to following Socrates' advice. By Zeus, he said, there's hardly a greater hindrance than this excessive preoccupation with the body that goes beyond gymnastics. It upsets household management, military life, and even holding sedentary offices in the state. Worst of all, it makes it hard to study, think, or concentrate, by constantly suspecting headaches and dizziness and seeing it on philosophy, so that wherever excellence gets practiced and put to the test in that way, it's hindered by this coddling of disease which always makes you think you're sick and never stops tormenting you about your body. Very likely, I said. So let's say that Asclepius knew that and revealed the art of medicine for people who were healthy by nature and habit but had some localized disease, which he removed by drugs and surgery, prescribing that they continue their normal routine so they wouldn't harm the political life of their city. He didn't try to make life long and miserable for a man diseased to the core by gradually flooding and draining him and permitting him, most likely, to spawn offspring like himself, or think he ought to treat a man who couldn't share in the settled round of daily life and he was useless to both himself and his city. You're presenting a civic-minded Asclepius, he said. Absolutely. And his sons were too. See what fighters they turned out to be at Troy, and they practiced the medicine 408 I just described. Do you remember how they treated Menelaus when Pandarus had wounded him, sucking out the blood and applying soothing drugs? They didn't prescribe what he should eat and drink any more than for Eurypylus. They knew the drugs were enough to cure anyone who had lived a healthy, orderly life before he was wounded, even if he swallowed a potion at the time, and they didn't think that it paid for a naturally sick and self-indulgent man to go on living, worthless to himself and others, or that medicine was for people like that. They wouldn't treat them, even if they were richer than Midas. According to you, Asclepius's sons were very sophisticated. It's only fitting, I said. Though Pindar and our tragedians don't believe us. They say Asclepius was the son of Apollo and that he was blasted by lightning for being bribed into curing a man who'd already been handed over to death. But after what we've said, we won't accept both statements. If he was the son of a god, we'll say he wasn't avaricious, and if he was avaricious, then he wasn't the son of a god. Right, he said. But don't you think we should have good doctors in our city, Socrates? I should think a good doctor would be one who's treated many sick people as well as basically healthy ones, just as a good judge would be one who's associated with every type of nature. Good doctors, yes. Do you know what kind I think is good? I will if you tell me, he said. I'll try. But you're talking about things that aren't really alike, Glaucon. How so? Doctors become proficient by learning their skill from childhood and associating with all sorts of corrupt bodies. They ought to have had every disease themselves and be rather sickly by nature. This is because bodies are treated not by the body, otherwise we could never permit it to be or to have been bad, but by the soul which, to your 409 must neither be bad nor ever have been so. But a judge, my friend, rules soul with soul, which must not be permitted to grow up or associate with corrupt souls and run through every injustice so as to be sharp at inferring from itself unjust acts in others like diseases in the body. A young soul must be kept unsullied and have no experience of bad natures if it's to become beautiful and good and able to pass sound judgments on just acts. That's why decent men appear good-natured and easily deceived when they are young, they have no patterns in them derived from experiences similar to those of the corrupt. You're right, he said. That's exactly what happens to them. And that's exactly why a good judge must be old, Glaucon. He's a late learner at recognizing what injustice is, because he can't observe it as something native to his own soul. He has to work for years to see how great an evil it is, using knowledge rather than direct experience, because it sees something foreign to him, found only in other souls. It seems he'll be a noble judge, at least. A good one too, which is what you were asking about. A man with a good soul is good. You're clever, suspicious rascal who has committed many crimes and thinks that his wise appears clever for being wary around his own kind, is looking at the patterns in himself. But as soon as he encounters good, older men he appears stupid, filled with untimely suspicions and ignorant of sound disposition because he lacks a pattern. Since, however, he meets more bad men than good, he appears wise rather than ignorant, both to himself and to others. That's absolutely true, he said. So we won't seek a good, wise judge in that kind of man, but in the other. Baseness will never know both itself and excellence, but excellence, if nature is educated, will with time acquire knowledge of both itself and its opposite. Such a man, one think, not the bad one, becomes wise. I agree, he said. Then won't this be the kind of judiciary to legislate for your city, along with the kind of medicine we just discussed? Both will care for citizens who are naturally good in body, 40 and soul. Those who are not will be allowed to die if the evil is in their bodies. If it's incurably grown into their souls, they'll be put to death. At least we've shown that that would be best for both them and the city. And you're young, using that simple poetry which we said breeds temperance, will clearly be cautious about being in need of the law. Certainly. The poetically educated man will pursue gymnastics B along the same trail. If he wants, he'll capture it and have no use for medicine except in emergencies. It seems so to me. And when he struggles at the labors of gymnastics, he works to arouse the spirited part of his nature rather than strength, as do other athletes who dabble in diets and labors. Exactly, he said. Even the ones who originally established education in poetry and gymnastics didn't do so for the reason some sea people think, Glaucon, one to serve the body and the other the soul. I suspect they established both chiefly for the soul. How so? Haven't you ever observed the state of mind of people who devote their lives to gymnastics without touching poetry? Or the opposite? What are you referring to? Hardness and savagery on the one hand, I said, softness and tameness on the, I know, the ones that just practice gymnastics get more savage than they ought to be, and the others turn out softer than is good for them. Indeed, I said. And savagery comes from the nature's spirited part, which will be brave if properly trained, but hard and harsh, most likely, if over-tightened. That seems true to me, he said. And isn't there tameness in a philosophic nature, which if loosened too much becomes softer than it ought to be, but calm and orderly if properly trained? That's correct. But we say our guardians must have both these natures, Glaucon, the spirited and the philosophic. Yes, they must. And the two must be tuned and adjusted to each other. Of course. And the soul of an adjusted man will be brave and temperate, that of an unadjusted man cowardly and uncouth. Very much so. Now when a man surrenders himself to poetry and lets it flute to him and pour those sweet, soft, plaintive melodies we discussed earlier through his ears as through a funnel into his soul, and spends his whole life now moaning, now radiant in song, then if he had any spirit to begin with, at first it softens like iron and becomes serviceable instead of useless and brittle. But if he's held spellbound and doesn't let go, his spirit will melt and drip until he has melted it away and cut out the very sinews of his soul and made it a soft spearman. Certainly, he said. That will happen quickly if he received a spiritless nature from the beginning. If it was spirited, he'll make it feeble and touchy, ready to flare up or die down at the slightest provocation. So instead of being spirited, he'll end up irascible and grouchy, filled with discontent. Menelaus is called a soft spearman in Iliad 17.588. Completely. Suppose he labors greatly in gymnastics and feasts himself full deep, but touches not philosophy or poetry. Won't at first his body flourish and he be filled with spirit and big ideas and grow more courageous than he was? Very much so. What if he does nothing else and holds no commerce whatsoever with the muse? If he had any love of learning in his soul, won't it, having never tasted learning or investigation or taken any part in discussion or other poetic things, grow feeble, deaf, and blind, since it's never been awakened, trained, or had its senses purged? Exactly. Then I think he'll be museless and hate discussion, and shunning the use of speech for persuasion, gain all his ends by savagery and force, like a beast, and live a life of ignorance and ineptitude coupled with lack of rhythm and grace. That's just how he'll be, he said. So for these two parts, it seems, the spirited and the philosophy, and not for the body and the soul, except, perhaps, as a sideline, I'd say some God gave man two skills, poetry and gymnastics, to bring the parts in tune by loosen, 412ing and tightening them until they are just right. It certainly seems so, he said. Therefore we'll properly say that the man who most beautifully blends poetry and gymnastics and applies them moderately to his soul is perfectly musical and well adjusted, much more so than a man who can adjust the strings of an instrument. Very likely, Socrates. Then if our regime is to survive, won't the city need someone like that as a perpetual overseer? It certainly will, Socrates, be, well, Glaucon, those are the patterns for our education and training. Why go through all the dances and hunts and athletic and equestrian events? It's clear enough that they must follow our patterns and wouldn't be hard to discover now. No, perhaps they wouldn't, he said. Well, I said, I suppose the next thing to decide is which of the guardians should rule and which should be ruled. Now, isn't it clear that the older must rule instead of see the younger, and that the rulers must be the best of the guardians? Yes. Aren't the best farmers the ones most skillful at farming? Indeed. Then since the rulers must be the best of the guardians, they'll be the ones most skillful at guarding the city. Therefore they must be knowledgeable in that, and also capable and concerned for the city. True. Isn't a person most concerned for what he loves? Necessarily. And he'll especially love something whose interests, he believes, coincide with his own, when he thinks he will do well when it does well, and vice versa. Correct, he said. Then we must examine the guardians and choose the ones who all their lives appear eager to do whatever they think will be advantageous to the city and who refuse to do anything harmful. Yes, they'll be suitable, he said. It seems to me they must be watched at every stage of life, to make sure they guard this conviction, always to do whatever seems best for the city, and not forgetfully drop it through beguilement or force. What do you mean, drop it? It appears to me, I said, That opinion leaves the mind either voluntarily or involuntarily. False opinion voluntarily. 413 When a person learns better, all true opinion involuntarily. I understand voluntary dropping, he said, but not the involuntary. Well, I suppose you agree that people are deprived of bad things voluntarily and of good things involuntarily. And isn't it bad to be deceived of the truth, but good to encounter it? Or isn't conjecturing the truth the same as encountering it? Yes, it's the same, and I do think that people are deprived of true opinion involuntarily, which occurs through robbery, beguilement, or force. You've lost me again, he said. I'm afraid I'm talking like a tragedian. By robbery I mean forgetting and being dissuaded, because in one of ehem time, in the other one argument, furtively robs you. Do you understand now? Yes. And by force I mean changing your opinion because of pain or suffering. I understand that too, and it's correct. I imagine you too call it beguilement when someone changes his opinion because he's enticed by pleasure or terrified by fear of something. Yes, it seems that whatever deceives, beguiles. Then, as I said, we have to seek out the best guardians of this inner conviction to do always whatever seems best for the city. From childhood up, therefore, we must set them tasks that especially deceive and make one forget such convictions. We must watch them carefully and choose the one who remembers and is hard to deceive, and reject the rest. Isn't that so? Yes. We must also give them painful labors, struggles, and contests, and watch for the same things in those. Correct. And they must compete and be watched in a third kind of contest, involving beguilement. We must expose our young guardians to both terrors and pleasures, the way they expose colts to noises and uproar to see which take fright. We must test them more rigorously than gold in fire, to see if they resist beguilement, keep their composure at all times, and display good rhythm and harmony as proper guardians both of themselves and of the poetry they've learned, precisely the kind of man who will prove the most useful to himself and the city. The man tested and proven pure as a boy, as a young man, and as an adult shall be appointed ruler 414 and guardian of the city, and shall receive honors both in his lifetime and after he dies, the prize of a tomb and other memorials. The ones who fail must be rejected. That, Glaucon, in outline, not in detail, is how I think we must select and appoint our rulers and guardians. I agree, it should be something like that. So it's proper and true to call these the absolute guard, eons of friends within and enemies without, because they keep the friends from wishing, the enemies from having the power, to do wrong. The young ones, whom we've been calling guardians up till now, are properly auxiliaries who help the guardians in their decisions. That seems right to me, he said. Now, can we contrive a scheme to make even our rulers, or at least the rest of our citizens, believe a single noble lie? See, one of those lies we were just discussing, that come up when they are needed. What kind of lie? Nothing new, I said. The kind of Phoenician thing that used to happen all over, or so our poets have made us believe, but not in our time, and I'm not sure it can happen again, or at least not without lots of persuasion. You surely seem hesitant to tell it. With good reason, you'll say, after you've heard it. Speak, man, don't be afraid. I will, though I don't know where I'll find the nerve and the arguments, Glaucon. But you try to persuade first the rulers and soldiers, then the rest of the citizens, that everything we've done in training and educating them took place as it were in a dream, and that all the while they were really being nurtured and molded, and their armor and equipment was being Phasbioned, underground in the earth, and because when they were fully developed the earth was the mother who bore them, they must now deliberate for their land as for their nurse and their mother, defend her against any attack, and regard the rest of the citizens as their earthborn brothers. No wonder you were so ashamed to tell us the lie. I had good reason to be, I said. But still, hear the rest of the myth. All of you in the city are brothers, we'll tell them, but the most precious are the ones fit to rule, because when the god formed you at birth he mixed gold into them, silver into the auxiliaries, and iron and bronze into the farmers and craftsmen. Since you are all related, you will know first mention of auxiliaries, which means helpers or allies. Plato has no distinct term for the das of guardians and auxiliaries together, and refers to it indifferently as either the guardian or the auxiliary das. Hesiod, ca. 700 BC, divides men on a historical basis into races named after these four metals, in Works and Days 109 to 201. Marry breed true, but a time will come when a golden bee offspring gives birth to a silver, the silver in turn to a gold, and so on for the rest. Therefore the god commands that the guardian's first and most pressing duty shall be for the offspring, to determine which metal is mixed in their souls, and if one of their own is born with iron or bronze, they must show him not pity but the honor befitting his nature and demote him to a farmer or craftsman, and if a child of gold or silver should spring from the workers, he must be honored and elevated to the rank of guardian or auxiliary. And we'll pretend there's an oracle that predicts the downfall of the city when she's guarded by the guardian of iron or bronze. Can you think of a scheme to make them believe this tale, Glaucon? Not them, he replied, but their sons and descendants and all later peoples. I think I know what you mean, but even that will help increase their concern for the city and each other. Well, we'll let that go wherever public opinion will take it. Now let's arm our earthborn troops and march them out under the command of their rulers. When they arrive, they'll have to search out a place in the city to make camp, where they can best restrain any citizen within from breaking the laws, and repel any enemy without who tries to come down like a wolf on the fold. After they've pitched camp and sacrificed to the proper gods, they must make their lairs, right? Right, he said. Sufficient to protect them from heat and cold. Of course. I assume you mean houses. Yes, I said, for soldiers, not businessmen. Now what do you mean by that distinction? 416. IH try to explain. The most shameful and terrible thing for a shepherd, I suppose, is to raise dogs as auxiliaries for his flock and then, because of hunger, indiscipline, or some other bad trait, have them try to harm the sheep and resemble wolves more than dogs. Yes, that would be terrible, he said. Then, since they're stronger, don't we have to take every precaution to keep our auxiliaries from acting like that toward the citizens and resembling cruel despots rather than benevolent allies? Yes. Won't the best precaution be to have them truly well educated? But they already have been, he said. I wouldn't be positive about that, dear Glaucon. But I would be about what we just said, that getting the proper sea education, whatever it is, will best make them gentle to each other and to the people they guard. Yes, that's correct. Well then, besides this education, anyone with sense would say that their houses and all their property must be arranged so that it doesn't keep them from being the best guardians or incite them to harm the other citizens. And that would be true. Then, I said, see if they mustn't live something like this, they'll own no private property beyond the bare necessities. No one will have a house or a treasury that isn't open to all. The provisions needed by brave, temperate military athletes will be levied from the other citizens and presented to them as wages for guarding, enough so they'll neither run short nor have any left over at the end of the year. They'll share a common life and eat at a common mess as though they were in camp. They must be told that with divine gold and silver from the gods always in their souls they have no need of the human kind, and that it's impious to pollute the divine possession with mortal gold because many impieties 417 have been committed for the currency of the many, but theirs is pure. To them alone in the city it is forbidden to touch or handle silver and gold, to go under the same roof with it, to wear it or drink from it. Thus they will be preserved as they preserve the city. If they ever possess private land and houses and money, they'll become farmers and be landowners instead of guardians, despots and enemies instead of allies to the citizens, and they'll live out their lives hating and being hated, plotting and being plotted against, fearing citizens within more than enemies without, and even then skirting the brink of destruction for both themselves and their city. For all of these reasons, I said, let's legislate that the guardians' houses and everything else be arranged as we've said. Do you agree? I certainly do, he said. Here Adimantus interposed, Socrates, what defense 419 would you give if someone accused you of not making these men very happy? It's their own fault too, because even though the city is in reality theirs they enjoy none of its goods, as others do, owning farms, living in beautiful mansions with furnishings to match, making private sacrifices to the gods, giving parties, possessing the silver and gold you just mentioned, everything normally considered indispensable to bliss. They seem, he might say, to sit in the city like paid mercenaries, with nothing to do but keep watch. 40. They are not even paid, I said, except food. So they have no money to take private trips abroad if they like, to give to mistresses, or to spend anywhere else they might wish, like the seemingly happy. All that and much more you left out of your indictment. Well, add it on, he said. Did you ask what defense we would make? B. Yes. I think we'll discover what to say by following the path we've been on. We'll say we wouldn't be surprised if leading that kind of life made them the happiest of men, even though our object in founding the city wasn't the exceptional happiness of any one das, but the greatest possible happiness for the whole city. We thought that in such a city we could send justice, and injustice in the one governed the worst, and that after looking at both we'd be able to judge what we've been searching for so long. Thus, by making see everyone happy rather than singling out a few, we think we're molding a happy city. Later on we can examine the opposite kind. It's as if we were painting a statue and someone came up and criticized us for not painting the most beautiful parts in the most beautiful colors. You've painted the eyes. The Greek statues were painted. Most beautiful part, black instead of red. I think we'd make a reasonable defense if we said, see here, you curious fellow, don't think we're supposed to paint the eyes so beautiful that they don't even look like eyes. Just see if we make the whole thing beautiful by giving each part its appropriate color. In the same way, don't force us to hang a kind of happiness on our guardians that will make them anything but guardians. We know how to drape our farmers in robes and gold and tell them to work the land for pleasure, how to reckon our potters around a fire at a banquet, passing the cup left to right, with a wheel standing by in case one feels like throwing a pot, and how to make the others blissful in the same way, so that the whole city is happy. But don't give us advice like that, because if we take it our farmer won't be 421 a farmer, our potter a potter, nor will anyone else keep to one of the patterns from which a city is made. Of course those others aren't so important. If the sandal stitchers degenerate and pretend to be the craftsmen they aren't, that's not so awful. But if the guardians of the laws and the city aren't what they seem, you see that they'll utterly destroy the whole city, just as they alone are crucial to happiness and good government. If we're making true guardians least likely to harm their city, then our objector with his happy quasi-farmers decked out like revelers at a festival rather than as citizens of a state is thinking of something other than a city. We must therefore consider whether our aim in establishing the guardians is to make them as happy as possible, or whether we're looking for happiness to develop in the city as a whole, in which case we must persuade or compel the auxiliaries and sea guardians, and also the others, to become the best craftsmen of their own work. Thus the whole city will be well founded, and as it grows each das must be left to that share of happiness which nature apportions to it. That seems like a good argument to me, he said. I wonder if its sister will also seem reasonable. What's that? Examine the other craftsmen too and see if two things corrupt them and make them bad workmen. Which two things? Wealth and poverty, I said. How? Like this, if a potter gets do you think he'll still be concerned for his craft? Not at all. He'll become lazy and careless compared to what he was, and not as good a potter. No, much worse. Whereas if poverty prevents Bim from acquiring the tools and materials of his trade, he won't turn out good work, or teach his sons and apprentices to be good workmen. No? So both wealth and poverty cause bad work and workmen, and it seems we've found two more things for our guardians to keep from slipping into the city. Wealth, b. 422 cause it produces luxury and laziness, poverty, because it causes slavishness, crime, and bad work. Both encourage innovation and revolution. True, he said. But look, Socrates, how will our city be able to fight without money, especially against a big, city? It would obviously be hard against one, two would be easier. B. What do you mean? Well, Adimantus, our soldiers will be athletes of war fighting against men. Don't you think a superbly trained boxer could easily fight two fat non-boxers? Probably not both at once. Not even if he could run away and keep turning around to hit the dosest one, and kept that up in the heat and the sun. Couldn't a boxer handle several that way? Easily, that would be no feat, and don't you think men have more experience and knowledge of boxing than of war? Yes. So we can expect our athletes to fight easily against 2 or 3 times their number. And what if we sent an embassy to the other city to announce the plain truth? It is not permitted us, as you, to use silver and gold. If you join us, the spoils of the others are yours? Do you think anyone who heard that would choose to fight tough, wiry dogs when he could join the dogs against fat, tender sheep? I doubt it, he said. But if all the money from the other cities collects in one, beware of danger to the moneyless town. What bliss, I said, to think that any place but the kind we're founding is worth calling a city. Well, what would you call them? They need a more grandiose designation, I said. None is a city but many cities, as they say in the game. Each 423 consists of at least 2 cities at war, one of the and one of the poor, and each of these in turn consists of many cities. To treat them as one is a blunder, but if you treat them as many and offer the property, the power, and even the lives of the one party to the other, you'll always have many allies and few enemies. As long as your city is governed temperately as we have arranged, it will be the greatest, not in fame but in truth, even if it consists of only 1,000 defenders. You won't easily find so large a city in Greece or anywhere else that is only one, though many that seem so, some many times larger than yours. Do you disagree? No, by Zeus, I don't, he said. Then isn't this the best size for our city? The rulers must fix this as its limit, mark off enough land to suffice when it's fully grown, and let the rest go. What limit is that? He asked. Let it grow as long as it wants to stay one, but no further. Very good, he said. So we have a further command to give to our guardians, make sure that the city is neither small nor seemingly great, but sufficient and one. An insignificant little command, he said. We gave an even more insignificant one a while back, I said. If an insignificant offspring springs from the guardians, pack him off with the others, and if a significant one comes from the others, put him with the guardians. That was to show that our other citizens also must get each the one job he's naturally fit for one, so that by pursuing his one proper pursuit each will become one and not many, and the whole city will naturally grow to be one rather than many. You're right, he said, that's even more trivial reference to a board game called Cities. It's not as people might think, Diamantus, our commands will all be insignificant rather than big and many, so that the guardians may guard the proverbial one big thing, or rather not big, but sufficient. What's that? Education and upbringing. If they are well educated and become moderate men, they'll easily discern this and everything we're leaving out, like marriage, mating, and the possession of wives, and see that all these must conform as closely as possible to the old saying, the things of friends 424 are common. That would surely be proper. And if our regime once gets a good start, it will continue to grow like a circle. Good education and upbringing, if preserved, will produce good natures which in turn, if they partake of good education, will grow better than their predecessors in breeding and everything else, like any other living thing, be very likely, he said. To sum up then, those in charge of the city must cling to this idea and stay constantly alert to keep corruption from creeping in and to prevent innovation in gymnastics and poetry, contrary to the established order. They must especially be on their guard when they hear that song turns men's attention, which falls newest from the singer's lips, for fear that people may think the poet means new styles of sea song rather than new songs, and is praising that. That's something that must never be praised or so understood. They must guard against changing to a new form of music as against a universal danger. Ways of song are nowhere disturbed without disturbing the most fundamental ways of the state. So says Damon, and I believe him. Put me down as a believer too, said Adimantus. Cf. Archilochus, the fox knows many things, the porcupine one big one. An image from drawing a circle, it grows for the first half of its revolution, declines for the second. If the state grows like a circle, it must eventually decline like one, an idea here left unexpressed. Cf. 546a, p. 203 to 204. Odyssey 1.351 to 52. Music includes poetry. Therefore, it seems, our guardians must found their guardhouse in music. Yes, that kind of waywardness easily slips in, disguised as play that does no harm. Not much, he said. It just settles down gradually and gently flows into people's dispositions and pursuits. From there it swells and bursts into business agreements and then, raging with depravity, sweeps down on laws and constitutions, Socrates, until finally it overthrows everything public and private. Oh, I said. Is that what it does? It seems so to me, he said. Then, as we've said from the beginning, our young must participate in a more lawful kind of play, because when it becomes wayward so will the boys, and we'll never get sorry for 25 OUs, law-abiding men from boys like that. Of course not, he said. Then if our boys begin by playing well and acquire lawfulness from their music and poetry, the opposite should happen. It attends and strengthens them in everything, and rights anything in the city that previously may have collapsed. That's surely true. So they'll rediscover all those seemingly trivial rules that their predecessors abolished. What rules? Things like the young keeping a respectful silence in front of their elders, standing up and making way for them, taking care of their parents, as well as hairstyle, clothing, shoes, deportment, and so on. I think it would be silly to legislate for those things. They won't catch on or last simply by being written down. No? I suspect that the direction set by education will determine all that follows. Doesn't like always call up like a diamantus? Of course. So I think we'll say that the result will be a single perfect and vigorous good or evil, and for that reason I wouldn't try to legislate for that sort of thing. A reasonable position, he said. And now, by the gods, I said, what about all the mercantile squabbles, contracts in the marketplace between merchants and workmen, regulations for slander and as desank, for cling suits and selecting juries, for collecting and paying any necessary taxes in markets or ports, and all the other urban, harbor, and market regulations? Shall we deign to legislate for that? It's not worth it for men who are good. They'll easily discover most of the minor things that need to be legislated. Yes, my friend, provided a God grants them the preservation of the laws we've gone through. If not, he said, they'll spend their lives constantly making and adjusting these petty regulations, in hope of reaching the best. You mean like sick men too self-indulgent to give up a vicious way of life? They too lead a charming life, constantly 426 being doctored and accomplishing nothing except to make their disease worse and more complicated, while always expecting to be cured by whatever new medicine someone suggests. A perfect description of that kind of invalid. And isn't it charming how they hate being told the truth, that no medicine, cautery, surgery, or spell or amulet for that matter, will do them any good until they stop drinking beer and overeating and give up sex and indolence? Not very, he said. There's no charm in getting angry when someone says the right thing. You seem not to admire that sort of man, Diamantus. Not at all, by Zeus. Then you wouldn't admire a whole city that acted like that. Or don't you think it's the same when a badly governed city proclaims death to the man who tampers with the constitution, while the man who pampers the citizens as they are and most pleasantly serves them, who ingratiates himself by anticipating their desires and shrewdly catering to them, he is proclaimed the good man, wise in important matters, and is honored among them. It seems the same to me, and I don't admire it at all. What about those willing and eager to serve such a city? Aren't you awed by their courage and complaisance? Yes, except for the ones deceived by the applause of the many into thinking they are true statesmen. Shouldn't you forgive them? Do you think that a man who doesn't know how to measure could disbelieve a mob of others like him who kept telling him he was 6 feet tall? No, not in that case. Well then, don't be angry. They're really the most delightful fellows, constantly legislating and tinkering with the trivia we just described, always hoping to put an end to these squabbles and crooked business deals, unaware that they are trying to cut off a hydra's head. You're right, he said, that's just what it's like. Well, I wouldn't have thought it necessary for a true lawgiver to fuss with such things in the laws and constitution of either a badly or a well-governed city, because in the one it's useless and does no good, whereas in the other some of these regulations would occur to anyone and the others will flow of themselves from previous practices. Well, said Adimantus, what's next to legislate? For us, nothing, for Apollo at Delphi the first, foremost, and most beautiful legislation. What's that? Founding temples, sacrifices, and other sacred services for gods, spirits, and heroes, as well as burial rites for the dead and services to propitiate those over there. We don't understand such things ourselves, and if we have any sense, we won't listen to anyone else or use any interpreter but the ancestral one. The ancestral interpreter of such things for all peoples is the Delphic god who interprets while sitting on the navel in the middle of the earth. Well said, he replied. So be it. Son of Ariston, I said, your city is founded. Now ask your brother and Polemarchus and the others here to help you, and try to get enough light from somewhere to examine it and see where justice and injustice are, how they differ from each other, and which of them a man must possess to be happy, whether or not he's noticed by all gods and men. Nonsense, said Glaucon. You promised to search, and he said it would be impious not to defend justice with all your might. A truthful reminder, I said. But you have to help. A mythical monster that grew 2 new heads for each one that was cut off left. The reference is to 368 B.C. p. 40. We will. Well, I hope to find it like this. If our city was properly founded, it must be perfectly good. Necessarily, said Glaucon. Then it's obviously wise, brave, temperate, and just. If we discover any of these in our city, therefore, what's left over will be the undiscovered. Of course. It's like searching for one of any 4 things in anything. If we recognize it first, that will do. If we recognize the other 3 first, we'll know by that what we're looking for, which must be the one left over. So we can use this method in our search. Correct, he said. The clearest thing here seems to me to be wisdom, but there appears to be something strange about it. What? It seems to me that our city is truly wise because it has good judgment, and good judgment is clearly a kind of knowledge. I suppose men make good judgments by knowledge rather than by ignorance. Clearly, said Glaucon. Now there are many kinds of knowledge in our city. Should we call it wise and say it has good judgment because of the knowledge of its carpenters? No, we should call it skilled in carpentry. For its knowledge of furniture making, metal working, or any other skill in which its craftsmen show good judgment. No. And knowledge of growing crops doesn't make a city wise but agricultural. It seems so to me, he said. What about the city we just founded? Do any of her citizens have a knowledge, not of something in the city but of the city as a whole, that judges and deliberates how she may have the best relations with herself and other cities? Yes, he said. What is it? Who has it? Guardianship, those rulers we just call perfect guardians. The 4 Greek cardinal virtues, or excellences. And what would you call the city because of this knowledge? A truly wise city with good judgment, Glaucon replied. Do you think there'll be more smiths or more of these true guardians in our city? Many more smiths. Would there be fewer guardians than any other group with some knowledge that gives them a name? Far fewer. In a city founded according to nature, therefore, the whole would be wise by virtue of its smallest part and of the knowledge in it, the governing or ruling das. It seems that 429 this das, which is fit to partake of the only knowledge properly called wisdom, is by nature the smallest. Why, that's true, he said. Well, I said, I don't quite know how, but we seem to have found one of the 4 and where it resides in the city. At least I'm satisfied with our discovery. And it shouldn't be hard to see where the city's courage is, by which we call her brave. How? Why, when someone calls a city cowardly or brave, what does he look at but the part that she fights and defends herself with? I doubt if the cowardice or courage of the others would be decisive in making her one or the other. No. So a city is brave too by a part of itself, in which it has the power to preserve under all circumstances the opinion see that what must be feared are precisely the things and the sorts of things that the lawgiver handed down in the citizen's education. Isn't that what you call courage? Please repeat that. I didn't understand it very well. I mean, courage is a sort of preservation, Glaucon. Preservation? What kind? Of the opinion of the things and of the sorts of things that ought to be feared, imparted by law through education. By under all circumstances I meant that a man will preserve and not drop it in pains, pleasures, desires, or fears. I could illustrate this with a simile if you'd like. Please do. Well, I said, you know that when dyers want to dye wool purple, they select from all the possible colors wool that is naturally white, give it a long preliminary treatment to make the color take, and only then dye it. Things dyed like that are permanent, and even detergent won't wash out the dye. If some other color was used, or untreated white, you know what will happen. Yes, it will wash out and look ridiculous. Then assume that when we selected our soldiers and educated them in poetry and gymnastics, we were trying, as best we could, to do the same thing. What we did was devise 430 a scheme to persuade them to take our laws like a beautiful dye, so that, since they have the appropriate nature and upbringing, their opinion of terrors and other things will be permanent, and their dye won't wash out in those terrible detergents. Pleasure, stronger than the strongest detergent, pain, fear, and desire. This power to preserve under all circumstances the right, lawful opinion of what is and is not to be feared I call courage, unless you tell me different. I won't, because it seems to be that if an animal or a slave has right opinion in these things, not acquired by education, you don't consider it very lawful or even call it courage. You're right, I said. Then I accept your definition of courage. Accept it in the sense of courage of a citizen, and you'll have it right. We can go through this better some other time if you'd like, but right now we're searching for justice, not courage. I think what we've said will be sufficient for that. True. Then we still have two things left to see in the city: temperance, and the object of this whole search, justice. How can we find justice without making a big fuss about temperance? I don't know, and I wouldn't want to do it. If you want to do me a favor, examine temperance before justice. Of course, Glaucon, I'd be wrong to refuse. Now, seen from here, temperance resembles a concord or a harmony more than courage and wisdom did. How? I suppose temperance is a kind of order, and control over certain pleasures and desires, as is shown, I don't quite know how, by expressions like mastering oneself, which are used for tracking it down. Absolutely, he said. GB Book 4, isn't that a ridiculous expression? A man master of him for 31 seef would also be a slave, and a slave also a master. All these phrases refer to the same person. Of course. What it apparently means is that a man has a good and a bad part in his soul, and when the naturally better part controls the worse, it's praised as mastering oneself. But when bad company or upbringing allows the bad, mob part to overwhelm the good part, which is smaller, that's censured and blamed as being a slave to oneself, and a man in such a state is called intemperate. Yes, and reasonably so, he said. Now look at our new city and you'll find one of these conditions in it. If a place where the better rules the worse should be called temperate and master of itself, then you can justly call our city mistress of her seef. I'm looking, he said, and it's true. Now the many, multifarious pleasures, pains, and desires exist mainly in women, children, slaves, and in those so-called free men who constitute the worthless many, whereas the simple, moderate ones, guided by reason together with intelligence and right opinion, reside in the few that are best by nature and education. True. Don't you see the same thing in your city? The desires of the worthless many are controlled by the desires and knowledge of the decent few. Yes. So if any city ought to be called master of its desires, pleasures, and itself, this would be the one. Doesn't that also make it temperate in all these respects? Very much so. And don't you think that in this city, if anywhere, both the rulers and the ruled will have the same opinion of who should rule? Absolutely. Then in which group would you say temperance exists in a city like this, in the rulers or the ruled? In both, I suppose. You see? Our intuition was right. We said temperance resembles a kind of harmony. But why? Because unlike wisdom and courage, which reside in the Republic part to make the city wise or brave, temperance extends 432 through the whole and makes everyone, the weak, the strong, and the in-between, in knowledge, strength, numbers, wealth, or however you want to judge them, sing the same song on key. So we can properly call this concord temperance, the agreement between the naturally better and worse about which part should rule in both the city and the individual. I agree completely. Well, I said, we've seen 3 of the things in our city, at least well enough for an opinion. It's clear that the form left over, which would make the city partake of still another excellence, must be justice. Yes, that's clear. Now, Glaucon, we must circle the thicket like hunters and pay dose attention so justice doesn't elude us and disappear into the brush. It's clearly around here somewhere. So keep a sharp lookout and see if you can spot it first and point it out to me. I wish I could. But you'll be acting fairly if you treat me as a follower who can spot what you point out. Follow then. But say a hunting prayer with me. I will. Lead on. Oh, I said, what a dense, shady place. It's filled with shadows that hide the tracks. Still, we must push on. Go ahead, he said. I scouted around. Look, Glaucon, look, I think we have the track. It won't escape us now. Joyous tidings, he shouted. And yet, I said, we've been acting like imbeciles. What do you mean? My friend, it seems that it was really rolling around at our feet all along, but like a couple of ninnies we didn't even notice. We kept gazing out in the distance and missed it, like a man running around looking for something that's in his hand. How come? It seems we've been saying it all along and didn't realize that in a way we were saying it. This is a long prologue for someone eager to hear. Then see if this makes sense. What we established at the 433 very beginning of founding our city as necessary to do under all circumstances, either it seems, or some form of it is justice. You remember we said over and over that each one must pursue the one pursuit to which bis nature is most naturally suited. Yes, we did. And we've often heard it from others and said it ourselves, that justice is tending your own business and not be meddling in others. Yes, we have. Well, my friend, you bet that in a certain way this will turn out to be justice, tending your own business. Do you know how I infer that? No, tell me. It seems to me that the thing left over after examining temperance, courage, and knowledge is what enables them all to arise in the city and preserves them while it remains. See, and we said if we found the three, the one left over would be justice. Necessarily. Now it would be hard to decide which of them does the most to make our city good, the shared opinion of rulers and ruled, the soldiers' preservation of their lawful opinion about what is and what is not to be feared, the knowledge and guardianship of the rulers, or the principle embodied in women and children, free men and slaves, merchants and craftsmen, rulers and ruled, that each, being one, must tend his own business and not meddle in many. Yes, he said, it's a hard decision. Therefore, it seems, the ability of each to tend his own business rivals wisdom, temperance, and courage in making the city excellent. And mustn't the thing that rivals those three in contributing to the city's excellence be called justice? Absolutely. Look at it in this way too and see if you agree. Will you appoint your rulers as judges in lawsuits? Of course. And as judges won't they strive to make sure that no one has what belongs to another or is deprived of his own? Exactly. Because that is just. Yes. So in this way too we agree that justice is having and doing what is properly yours. True. Now suppose a carpenter attempts to do a shoemaker's work, or a shoemaker a carpenter's, and they exchange their tools and honors, or one man tries to do both. Do you think that would harm the city much? Not very much. But when a man who is by nature a craftsman or any other kind of moneymaker is induced by bis wealth, strength, popular support, or anything else to enter the military das, or when a soldier who is unworthy of it tries to enter the deliberative, guardian das, degree and they exchange tools and honors, or when one man tries to do all of these things, I think you'll agree that this kind of exchange and meddling will be the death of the city. Completely. So any interchange or meddling between its three classes does the city the greatest harm and should properly be called the greatest wrongdoing. Absolutely. And wouldn't you call doing the greatest wrong to one's own city injustice? Of course. That, then, is injustice. Now turn it around, when the money-making, auxiliary, and guardian classes each tend their own business, that's the opposite condition and must be justice and make the city just. I don't see what else it could be. Let's not be too positive yet. If we agree that when this same form enters an individual it is also justice there, then we'll accept it. What else could we do? If not, we'll examine something else. Now let's finish this examination. We thought we could most easily see what justice is like in a man if we observed it first in something large. Taking that to be a city, we founded the best one we could, because we knew that a good city would have justice. Now let's apply what we've found there to the individual. If it agrees, fine. If it, Plato avoids rigid terminology. Military das equals auxiliaries, soldier equals an auxiliary, deliberative das equals guardians. So in C, below, money-making das equals craftsmen and farmers. Turns out to be different. We'll go back to the city for further tests. Perhaps by examining them against each other and 435 rubbing them together like sticks we can kindle justice, and once it flashes clear, confirm it for ourselves. A good method, said Glaucon. Let's do it that way. Now when you apply the same term to something large and something small, are they like or unlike in the way they are called the same? Like. Then a just man won't differ from a just city as far as the form of justice is concerned. No, he'll resemble it. A city appeared to be just when it had three classes of people in it, each tending its own business, and it also appeared temperate, brave, and wise because of certain other states and conditions of these three classes. True. Then, my friend, if an individual has these same three C forms in his soul, we'll expect him, because of the same conditions in them, to merit the same designations as the city. An absolute necessity, he said. Then we've stumbled onto another trivial investigation, my friend, whether the soul has these three forms in it or not. It doesn't seem so trivial to me. Maybe the old saying is true, Socrates, beautiful things are difficult. Apparently, I said. But this you can be sure of, Glaucon. In my opinion, we'll never reach precision in this by inquiring as we have. A much longer path leads to it. But maybe we can at least reach something worthy of our foregoing talk and examination. Won't that do for now? It will for me. I'll be more than satisfied, I said. Don't hold back then, examine it. Well, we surely have to admit that the same three forms or dispositions found in the city also exist in each one of us. They could hardly get there from anywhere else. It would be, form, in Plato is not a specialized technical term used only of the eternal archetypes. Often, as here, it means merely kind, or das, ridiculous to imagine spiritedness arising in a dty from any other source than the individuals who have this attribute, as do people in Thrace, Scythia, and almost everywhere in the north, or love of learning, which one might especially attribute to our region, or love of money, which might be 436 called prevalent among Phoenicians and Egyptians. It's not hard to see that this is so. No, he said. But this is harder. Do we do everything with our whole soul, or does it have three different parts, so that we learn with one, feel emotions with another, and desire the pleasures of nourishment, procreation, and so forth with a third? That won't be easy to sort out. Let's first try to distinguish whether the parts are identical with each other or different. How? It's clear that the same thing will never suffer or do opposite things in the same part at the same time toward the same thing, so if we find that happening in the soul, we'll know it's not single but multiple. Examine what I mean. Can see the same thing be both at rest and in motion in the same part at the same time? Never. Now let's agree more precisely so we don't disagree as we move along. If someone were to say that a man standing in one place but waving his arms is both in motion and at rest at the same time, I think we'd reject the statement as improper and say that part of him is moving and part is at rest. Right, Glaucon? Right. And if our quibbler tries to be cute and dazzle us into believing that a top, at least, or anything else that revolves in the same place both moves and stands still as a whole at the same time when it turns around a peg fixed in one spot, we'll reject that too, because it moves and stands still in different parts. We'll say that tops and so forth have both a straight and a circular part, and as long as they don't tilt they are at rest in the straight but in motion in the circular. These three traits correspond to the retiree classes of the city: spiritedness, to the auxiliary das, love of learning, to the guardians, and love of money, to the workers, or moneymakers. 104 OK 4. And if while spinning they indine from the vertical in any direction, then they are not at rest in any part. We'll be right too. So nothing like that will startle us into believing that the 437 same thing can ever do, suffer, or be opposite things in the same part at the same time toward the same thing. Not me, at least. Well then, to avoid drawing this out by disproving all sorts of such quibbles, can we continue with that as an assumption, taking for granted that should it prove false, all the conclusions depending on it will be invalid? Yes, we must be. Then would you das as opposites things like consenting and refusing, striving to get and rejecting, drawing toward and pushing away, whether they are active or passive? We're not interested in that distinction. Yes, they are opposites. What about hunger and thirst and the desires in general, as well as wanting and being willing? Wouldn't you put those somewhere with the forms we just mentioned and say that the soul of someone who desires always either strives for what it desires, or draws toward it what it wants to have, or, so far as it's willing to have something provided, consents to have it brought as if someone had asked it, and grasps for its attainment? Yes. What about not wanting, being unwilling, and not desiring? Shall we das those with the opposites, among the souls rejecting and pushing away? Of course. Then shall we say that the desires form a das, and that its most conspicuous members are the desire for food and for drink, which we call hunger and thirst? Yes. Now is thirst in itself the desire for anything more than for what we say the soul desires? Is it desire for warm drink or cold, much drink or little, or, in a word, for drink of a certain kind? Or does the addition of heat to thirst produce either desire for cold drink and of cold the desire for warm, and if by presence of magnitude the thirst is great, it produces desire for much drink, if little, for little? Isn't thirst itself the desire only for that which it naturally desires, drink itself, just as hunger is the desire for food. Yes, each desires only what it's the natural desire of. Additions produce desire of a certain kind. Let no man, therefore, rattle us when we're off guard by 43 saying we desire not drink but good drink and not food but good food, because, you see, all men desire good things. Therefore if thirst is a desire it desires something good, drink, food, or whatever it's the desire of. And the same for the other desires. It might seem that he has a point, though, but it almost goes without saying that when things go together, things of a kind go with things of a kind, and things be in themselves go only with things in themselves. I don't understand, Glaucon said. Don't you understand that the larger is the sort of thing that is larger than something? Of course, than the smaller, right, and the much larger is much larger than the much smaller. Yes. And the sometimes larger than the sometimes smaller, the eventually larger than the eventually smaller. Well, obviously. Isn't the same true of more in relation to less, double in C relation to half, and so on, of heavier to lighter and faster to slower, of hot to cold, and so on? Certainly. Isn't it the same with knowledge? Knowledge itself is knowledge of learning itself, or whatever we ought to posit as the object of knowledge, but knowledge of a certain kind is knowledge of learning of a certain kind. Here's what I mean. When the knowledge of building houses came about, wasn't it called house building because it differed from all other knowledge? Of course. Intentionally confusing, like much of this argument. The idea is that in pairs of relative things, neither or both must be qualified. In being a certain kind, unlike any other. Yes. And it became a certain kind because its learning was of a certain kind. Isn't that true of all knowledge and skills? Indeed. Then here's what I was trying to say, if you understand me now, when things go together, things alone go only with things alone, and things of a certain kind go with things of a certain kind. By which I don't mean that they're like what they go with, as though knowledge of sickness and health were itself sick and healthy, or knowledge of good and evil itself good and evil, but only that when a knowledge arose that was not of learning itself, but of a certain kind of learning such as sickness and health, then this knowledge also turned out to be of a certain kind and could no longer be simply called a knowledge, but by the addition of kind took the name medicine. I understand, he said, and it seems right. Then, I said, wouldn't you put thirst with the things that are what they are because they go with something? And thirst, I suppose, goes with, yes, he said, drink. And thirst for drink of a certain kind is a certain kind of thirst, but thirst itself is not for much or little, good or bad or, in a word, for a certain kind. Thirst itself is naturally only for drink itself. Absolutely, he said. Then as far as its thirst is concerned, a thirsty soul only wants to drink, that's all it grasps and rushes for. Clearly, said Glaucon. So if anything holds it back when it's thirsty, there must be something else in it different from the thirsty part that tries to lead it like a horse to water. We said that the same part of a thing can't act in opposite ways toward the same thing at the same time. Yes. So I imagine it's wrong to say that an archer's hands both push and pull the bow at the same time. We should say one hand pushes while the other pulls. See, correct, he said. Shall we say there are people who sometimes refuse to drink when they are thirsty? Many frequently do. What should we say about them? That something in their soul urges them to drink while something else hinders them and overpowers the urger. It seems so to me. And when the hinderer appears, isn't it engendered by reason, whereas the things that lead and drag the soul arise from certain states and diseases? Apparently. So it won't be unreasonable to expect them to be two distinct parts, or to call the part with which the soul reasons the rational part, the one with which it loves, hungers, thirsts, and is flustered by the other desires, the irrational or desiring part, the companion of pleasures and gorging. No, it will be quite reasonable, said Glaucon. Well, I said, two forms stand mapped out in the soul. Is the part with which we feel spirit separate, or identical in nature with one of the others? Probably with the desiring part. I trust in a story I once heard. Leontius, son of Aglaon, was walking up from the Piraeus outside the north wall and saw some corpses lying at the executioners. He wanted to look, but at the same time he felt angry and turned away in disgust. He fought with himself and covered his eyes until the desire overpowered him. Then with bulging eyes he ran 440 up to the corpses and cried, "There, you damned eyes, gorge yourselves on the beautiful sight." Fe heard it too, he said. This story shows that anger sometimes wars with desire, as though they were different things. Yes, it does. We see it often. A person's desires force him to something contrary to reason and he berates himself and gets indignant with the part that forces him, and his spirit allies with reason as though reason and desire were at civil war. But if reason says, "You mustn't," I doubt if you've ever seen the spirit opposing it and siding with desire, in yourself or anyone else. I.e., strong emotions such as anger, resentment, and indignation. The spirit was the seat of these emotions, and the word is often applied to the emotions themselves. Never, by Zeus. Suppose someone thinks he's committed injustice and then suffers, justly, he believes, hunger, cold, and other pains from the one he wronged. The more noble he is, the less able he'll be to get angry with his tormentor. His spirit will refuse to be aroused. True. But what if he thinks he's suffering unjustly? Won't he boil and rage at this injustice and at the hunger, cold, and pain, ally with what seems to him to be just, and conquer by enduring and refusing to abandon his noble cause until he either accomplishes his purpose or dies, or until the reason within him calls him back and soothes him like a shepherd his dog? It certainly resembles what you say. And we just appointed our auxiliaries to be like obedient dogs to the rulers, the shepherds of the city. You catch my meaning well, Glaucon. I wonder if you've thought of something else? What? That the spirited part now appears the opposite of what it just seemed. We thought it was part of the desiring part, but now we say that in the soul's civil war it will bear arms on the side of the rational part. Absolutely. Then is it distinct, or a form of the rational part, so that not three but two forms exist in the soul, the rational and the desiring? Or as three classes held the city together, the 441 money-making, the auxiliary, and the deliberative, is there also a third das in the soul, the spirited part, the natural auxiliary of the rational part and less corrupted by bad upbringing? The spirit is necessarily the third part, he said. Yes, I said, if it turns out to be distinct from the rational part, as it did from the desiring part. It's not hard to see that. You can see it even in children. They are full of spirit as soon as they are born, but some never be seen to get reason, and most get it late. Good point, Glaucon, I said. You can see it in animals too, and that line from Homer we quoted somewhere above testifies to the same thing. He struck his aist and rebuked his heart. This clearly shows that Homer makes the parry that has reflected about better and worse reprimand the irrational, spirited part, as two separate things. You're absolutely right, he said. It's been a long, hard swim, I said, but we've made it this far and pretty well agree that the same classes exist in both the city and the individual soul, and that the number in each is the same. True. Then isn't it a necessary conclusion that the individual is wise in the same part and in the same way as the city, that the city is brave in the same part and way as the individual, and so on for everything that pertains to excellence? Absolutely necessary. Then I think we'll say that a man is just in the same way as the city, Glaucon. That's absolutely necessary too. I don't suppose we've forgotten that the city was just when each of its three classes tended its own business. No, he said, I don't think that we have. So we must remember that each of us too will be just and tend his own business if each of our parts tends its own business. We certainly must. And isn't it getting for the rational part to rule, because it is wise and has forethought for the whole soul, and for the spirited part to obey it and be its ally? Of course. Won't a blend of poetry and gymnastics make the two harmonious, as we said, by tightening and nurturing the one with beautiful words and studies, and by loosening and for 42 forteing the other, and taming it with melody and rhythm? Absolutely. And when these two have been so nurtured and taught what's truly their own business, they'll control the desiring part, which is the largest part of every soul and by nature insatiable for possessions, and keep it from gorging itself on the so-called pleasures of the body and growing so big and strong that it no longer tends its own business but attempts B Odyssey 20.17-18 HO Book 4 to enslave and rule those which its birth does not fit it to rule, and so overthrow the whole life of them all. Of course, said Glaucon. Won't these two parts, I asked, beautifully guard against outside enemies too on behalf of the whole soul and body, the one by deliberating, the other by following the ruler, fighting for it, and accomplishing by its courage what's been deliberated? Yes. This is the thing, I believe, by which we call any individual brave, when his spirited part preserves through both pleasures and pains the commands of reason about what is and is not to be feared. Correct, he said. And his wise because of that little part which ruled in him and issued the commands, and which likewise had knowledge of what was advantageous both to it and to the whole community of three parts. Of course. And isn't he temperate because of the love and harmony of these three, when both the ruling and the two ruled parts agree that the rational part must rule and don't rebel against it? Yes, he said, that's exactly what temperance is, both in the individual and in the state. And he'll be just in the way we've so often said. Necessarily. Well, I said, has the outline of justice been in any way blurred so as to seem different from what it appeared in the city? It doesn't seem so to me, said Glaucon. If anything in our soul is still skeptical, we can completely confirm our conclusion by applying some vulgar tests to it. How? Like this: if a man with a nature and upbringing similar to our city's received a deposit of money and it was stolen, do you think anyone would think he had done it rather than 443 someone unlike him? Never. If a temple or a house were robbed, or a friend or the city betrayed, would he be a suspect? No. The Republic 3, he surely wouldn't be untrustworthy in an oath or in any kind of agreement, and adultery or neglect of gods or parents would pertain to anyone sooner than him. Absolutely, he said. And the reason for all this is that each of his parts tends to be its own business in regard to ruling and being ruled. Exactly. So would you look for justice to be anything but the power to produce men and cities like that? I wouldn't, by Zeus. Then our dream has come true. We said we suspected that some god had allowed us to come across a rule or pattern of justice at the very beginning of founding our sea city. Completely. Therefore it really was a mirage of justice, Glaucon, which is why it was useful, the idea that a shoemaker by nature should properly make shoes and do nothing else, a carpenter build, and so on. Apparently. The truth, however, seems to be this: justice, although it resembles that mirage, is really concerned with internal rather than external activity, with the true self and its busy-ness. It's the condition of a man who allows none of the classes in his soul to tend another's business or to meddle with the others. First he puts what are truly his own affairs in order, arranges and takes command of himself, becomes a friend to himself, and tunes his three parts like three notes of a chord, high, middle, and low, binding both them and whatever may lie between them into one temperate, harmonious whole, one out of many. Only then does he act, if he finds something to do in financial affairs, politics, private business, or the care of the body. And in all these undertakings he will both think and call any act that produces or preserves this condition beautiful and just, and the knowledge that presides over such an act wisdom, but he will call unjust any action that tends to dissolve this condition, and ignorance the opinion which presides in 444 turn over that. The reference is to 433a, pp. 99 to 100. I.e., the rational, spirited, and desiring parts, respectively. That's absolutely true, Socrates. I don't think we'd appear to be lying very much if we said we've discovered the just man and the just city, and also what the justice in them is. Not at all, by Zeus. Shall we, Glaucon? Let's. So be it, I said. Next, I believe, we must examine injustice. Clearly, wouldn't that have to be meddling and interference and a kind of civil war between the soul's three parts, and a revolt of one against the whole so that an unfit part might rule? All that, I think, as well as their confusion and wandering, will call injustice, intemperance, cowardice, ignorance and, in short, absolute evil. Precisely, he said. See, if justice and injustice are clear, then acting justly on the one hand, and doing wrong and committing injustice on the other, must also be perfectly clear. They are like healthy and sick practices, in the soul instead of the body. How? I suppose healthy practices engender health, sick ones disease. Yes. Then doesn't acting justly engender justice, acting unjustly injustice? Necessarily, said Glaucon. And producing health means to establish the parts of the body so that they dominate and are dominated by each other according to nature, disease so that they rule and are ruled contrary to nature. True. Then, I said, engendering justice means establishing the parts of the soul so that they dominate and are dominated by each other according to nature, injustice so that they rule and are ruled contrary to nature. Absolutely. So excellence, it seems, must be a sort of health and beauty and well-being of the soul, evil a disease, ugliness, and weakness. That's true. And don't beautiful pursuits lead to the possession of excellence, ugly ones to the possession of evil? Necessarily. Then the last thing to examine is whether it pays to be just, act justly, and pursue beautiful pursuits, whether 445 be observed or not, or to be unjust and commit injustice, as long as one isn't caught and made better by being punished. That would be ridiculous now that we've shown what justice and injustice are like, Socrates. If life is considered unbearable for a man whose bodily nature decays, even if he is surrounded by all foods, drink, wealth, and power, then how can life be worthwhile for a man whose nature is confounded and corrupted in the very part by which we live, even if he does everything he wants except what will rid him of evil and win him excellence and justice? It will be ridiculous, I agreed. But still we can't give up now, when we've reached a place where we can clearly see how these things are. You're right, he said, we can't hang back now. Come up here, Glaucon, so you can see how many forms I think evil has, the ones worth looking at least. I'm following, he said. Just speak. We've climbed the argument this high, like an observation tower. From here it appears to me that excellence has one form, evil an unlimited number, but about four worth mentioning. How do you mean? I suspect there are as many different types of souls as of regimes, I mean generic types that constitute classes, 5D types of each. What are they? One is the type of regime we just described, though it has two names. If one man emerges preeminent among the rulers, it's called a kingship. If there are many, an aristocracy. True, he said. So that's one form. If it has one ruler instead of many, that won't disturb any of our laws that are worth mentioning, as long as he has the education and upbringing we've gone through. Most likely it won't, said Glaucon. Book 5. Well then, such a city and regime I call right and good, as well as that kind of man. If this one is right, the others are mistaken and evil, in regard to both the administration of cities and the organization of the character of an individual soul. And the perversion takes 4 forms. What are they? Asked Glaucon. I was about to give them in order, as I thought each emerges from the other. But Polemarchus, who was sitting a little apart from Adimantus, reached over and took hold of his cloak up near the shoulder. He pulled him toward him, leaned over and spoke with lowered head. All we caught of it was, shall we let it go or not? Certainly not, said Adimantus, now speaking aloud. What won't you let go? I asked. You, said Adimantus. See, why? What did I do? We think you're malingering and trying to cheat us out of a whole section of the argument, and not the smallest one either. You thought you could sneak by with some insipid comment about wives and children, as though anyone could see that the things of friends will be common. Well, isn't that right, Adimantus? Yes, he said. But like everything else, this right demands explanation. Common in what way? There could be many, so explain the one you mean. We've been sitting here waiting a long time, thinking you'd bring up the question of mating and child rearing and what you mean by common wives and children. We think the proper or improper arrangement of that will greatly, even decisively, affect the regime. Now, since you're trying to attack a different regime 450 before adequately sorting this out, we passed the resolution you heard, not to let you off till you explain it. Count me as voting with you, said Glaucon. Consider the resolution unanimous, Socrates, Thrasymachus said. Don't you see that this attack is unleashing a whole new discussion of the regime, right from the beginning? Just the reference is to 424a, p. 91. When I was glad to be done with it, content if you'd accept what we said then and let it lie, you bring it up again, unaware of the hornet's nest of words you're stirring up. I saw be it then and passed it by, reluctant to set the swarm on you. What? Cried Thrasymachus. Do you think they came here to pan for fool's gold or to hear a discussion? A discussion, I said, in measure. A lifetime, Socrates, said Glaucon, would be a sensible man's measure for hearing discussions like these. Forget about us, don't you give up. Tell us how you think our sea guardians will share in wives and children and in their upbringing while young, especially between birth and school age, which is considered the most trying time. Try to explain how it should be done. That won't be easy, my friend. This will be even more unbelievable than what we've already gone through. One may doubt whether these things are possible, and even if they are, whether they'd be for the best. A person therefore hesitates to touch them, for fear it will all seem nothing but a pious wish. Don't hesitate, he said. Your listeners aren't malicious, insensitive skeptics. Are you saying that to encourage me, Glaucon? Yes. Well, you're doing just the opposite. If I were confident that I knew what I was talking about, your reassurance would be in place, because a man who knows the truth can speak among intelligent friends about significant matters with light-footed assurance. But when a man moves as I do, searching doubtfully as he speaks, that's a slippery, fearful business. Not that I'm afraid of making a fool of myself, that 451 would be childish, but that I'll slip, miss the truth, and drag my friends down with me in things where one least ought to stumble. So I shall bow to Adrastia, Glaucon, to favor what I'm going to say. I expect that deceit in good, beautiful, and just institutions is a worse crime than involuntary murder. It's better to risk a danger like that among enemies than friends, so you were right to encourage me. Glaucon laughed. Socrates, if your argument untunes us. A type of nemesis, who punished proud words. 2. We'll absolve you of deceit as though you were only a murderer. So take heart and speak. The law does declare an absolved man to be pure. Of course, he said, so speak. Well, we must go back and pick up what we perhaps see ought to have said then in its place. But maybe it's right to present the women's drama after we've finished the men's, especially since you challenge me to do so. People with the nature and education that we have described have, in my opinion, only one right way of possessing and treating their women and children, which must follow the course we launched them on at the start. In our discussion, I believe we tried to appoint our men to be like guard dogs of a flock. So let's follow that up and give each sex a similar birth and upbringing, and see if it suits us. How? Like this, do we expect female guard dogs to be partners with the males and to guard and hunt and do everything in common with them? Or does bearing and rearing puppies prevent that, so that they sit inside and keep house while the males do the work and have full responsibility for the sheep? Everything in common, he said, except that we treat the females as weaker than the males. Is it possible with any animal to use them for the same tasks if you don't give them the same education and upbringing? No. So if we're going to employ our women in the same tasks as the men, we must teach them the same things. 452, yes. Then we'll have to give them poetry and gymnastics, train them in warfare, and treat them the same. Most likely, from what you're saying. Perhaps much of what we're saying would appear ridiculous if put into practice because it goes against custom. I suppose the most ridiculous thing would be to see the women exercising naked with the men on the wrestling bee grounds, not just young ones, but the older ones too, like the old men in the gymnasiums who still love to train even when they are wrinkled and no longer pleasing to the eye. Footnote: the Greeks exercised nude. Yes, by Zeus, that would seem ridiculous, at least as things are now. Then since we've launched this discussion, we mustn't fear the jokes of the sophisticates, who'll say the kinds of things they always say when a great change takes place, about their gymnastics and poetry, and of course about their sea-bearing arms and riding horses. You're right, he said. But now that we've begun, we must march through the rough part of our law and ask the jokers not to tend their own business but to be serious for a change, reminding them that it hasn't been long since the sight of a naked man was considered by Greeks, as by most barbarians still, to be ridiculous and ugly, and when first the Cretans and then the Spartans initiated gymnastics, the wits of the day were able to poke fun at it. Isn't that so? Yes. But when experience revealed that undressing was better than covering things up, then I think what had appeared ridiculous to the eye melted before the better disclosures of reason. This shows that it's idle to consider anything ridiculous except foolishness and evil, and if a man tries to be funny by looking at any other pattern of the ridiculous, he has also set up a target of beauty for his seriousness to aim at, other than the good. Absolutely, Glaucon said. Then we must first decide whether or not all this is possible. The debate must be open to anyone, solemn or frivolous, who is willing to debate whether female human nature 453 is able to join in all, none, or some of the tasks of the male, and whether these include warfare. Wouldn't that be the best beginning, most likely to lead to a good end? By far, he said. Shall we also debate for the opposition so we don't lay siege to a deserted argument? There's nothing to stop us, he said. Then let's say this, you don't need anyone else to debate you, Socrates and Glaucon. You yourselves admitted when you began founding your city that each person must tend the one business that accords with his nature. I think we did, certainly. Isn't it true that a woman's nature differs completely from a man's? Too, of course it does. Then isn't it fitting to assign each a different work that accords with his own nature? Certainly. Then how can it be anything but a blunder and a self-contradiction when you now say that both men and women, with their totally distinct natures, must do the same things? Can you surprise me by finding a defense against that? It's not easy to find one on the spur of the moment. You have to petition you to enter our plea too, whatever it may be. See, Glaucon, I said. This is just the sort of thing I foresaw, what made me hesitate and shrink from touching this law about women and children. It doesn't look very friendly, by Zeus. No? But whether you fall into a swimming pool or the middle of the ocean, still you swim. Indeed. So we'll have to swim for it too and try to save ourselves from the argument. We can hope a dolphin picks us up, or some other prodigious rescue. It looks like we'll have to. Come on, I said, let's try to find a way out. We admit that different natures must pursue different things, and that men and women have different natures. Now we say they must pursue the same things. Is that the indictment against us? Exactly. 454. Truly noble, Glaucon, is the power of the art of contradiction. Why? It seems to me that many fall into it even without wanting to and think they're discussing when they are wrangling, because they are unable to examine a subject by dividing it into its parts. They chase the opposite of what's been said by name alone, using disputation instead of dialectic. That does happen to many, but it doesn't apply to us now, does it? Absolutely, I said. I'm afraid we've unwittingly slipped into contradiction. How? The Republic valiantly but disputatiously and by name alone we've been chasing down the idea that different natures mustn't get the same pursuits. We didn't examine what form of sameness and difference we meant, or what we intended our definition to apply to when we gave different tasks to different natures, same to same. That's true, we didn't. By this reasoning we could just as well ask ourselves, see whether bald and hairy men have opposite natures, and once we agree they have, forbid the hairy ones to be shoemakers if that's what the bald ones do, or vice versa. That would be ridiculous. Because we weren't referring to same and different natures in general, but only to that form of sameness and difference that applies to pursuits. We meant, for example, that a man and a woman who are both doctors in their souls have the same nature. Don't you agree? Yes. But a doctor and a carpenter have different ones. Completely, I think. Then, I said, if either sex excels the other in some skill or pursuit, that, we'll say, must be given to it. But if the only difference turns out to be that the female bears while the male begets, we'll say we still haven't been shown that a woman differs from a man in what we're talking about, and go on believing that both our guardians and their women must pursue the same things. That will be right, he said. Shouldn't we next ask our disputatious opponent to tell us in what skill or pursuit connected with the organization for 55 of a city a woman's nature differs from a man's? That would be fair. Maybe he'll say what you did a while ago, that it would be hard to give a decent answer on the spur of the moment, but easy if he had some time to think about it. He might. Then shall we invite him to follow us, and see if we can show him that there's no pursuit connected with governing a city that's peculiar to women? Of course. Look sharp, we'll tell him, and answer this: when you say one person has natural ability at something and another does not, don't you mean that the one learns it easily, the other with difficulty, that the one can discover much more about the subject for himself after little study, while the other can't even retain what he's learned after long study and practice, and that the bodily constitution of the one adequately serves his mind while the other's opposes it? Is there anything else by which you den native ability or lack of ability in a thing? No one would claim that there was, he said. Can you think of anything practiced by humans in which the male doesn't greatly surpass the female in all these respects? Shall we drag this out with weaving and watching pots and pans, in which the female is thought to be something and is ridiculed if she's outdone? You're right, he said. The one sex beats the other in practically everything. Still, many women excel many men in many things, though on the whole it's as you say. Then, my friend, there's no pursuit connected with governing a city that belongs to a woman because she's a woman, or to a man because he's a man. The various talents are scattered throughout both sexes, and by nature women take part in all pursuits, as do men, except that in all of them the woman is weaker. Of course. So shall we assign them all to men and none to women? How could we? I think we'll say instead that one woman is medical, another not, one musical, another unmusical by nature. Certainly. And isn't one athletic and military, another not, one 456 philosophy, another not, one spirited, another spiritless? I think $0, said Glaucon. Then one woman is a guardian, another not. Isn't that the nature we selected in our guardian men? Exactly. So both women and men have the same nature for guarding the city, except that the woman's is weaker. Apparently, so women like these must be chosen to live with the men and to be guardians with them, since they are capable and related to them by nature. And mustn't identical pursuits be given to identical natures? Of course. Then we've circled back to where we were, and agree that it's not against nature to give poetry and gymnastics to the guardians' women. Absolutely not. So we didn't legislate impossibilities or merely pious wishes, because we established our law in accordance with nature. The customs now, which are contrary to our law, must also be contrary to nature. So it seems. We examined this to see whether our proposal was both possible and the best. We agree that it's possible, so we must now agree that it's the best. Clearly. And we won't need a different education to produce guardian women, because they've received the same nature as the men. Now what's your opinion of this? What? Of assuming that some men are better than others, or do you think they're all alike? Not at all. Well, do you think education in cobbling makes the shoemakers the best men in our city, or does the education we've described make the guardians the best? That's a ridiculous question, he said. I know, I replied. They'll be the best of all the citizens, won't they, Glaucon? By far. Then won't their women be the best of the women? Yes. Can there be anything better for a city than to have the best possible men and women in it? No. Isn't that produced by applying poetry and gymnastics as we have described? 457, certainly. So our institution is not only possible, but also the best for the city. Correct. Then the guardians' women, since they wear excellence in place of clothes, must undress and be partners in warfare and in all the other guard duties of the city, and do nothing else. Their tasks will be lighter because their sex is the weaker. And the man who laughs at them as they exercise naked for the sake of the best shall reap a crop of fruitless laughter, because he knows not what he is doing nor what he laughs at. For this is the most beautiful thing that will ever be said: the helpful is beautiful, only the harmful is ugly. Absolutely. Shall we say we've escaped one wave of the women's law and weren't completely pulled under for proposing that our guardians and guardians pursue everything in common? See, somehow our argument agrees with itself that this is both possible and helpful. It certainly was no small wave you escaped from. You'll say it was when you see the one after it, I replied. Show me until you see, he said. Well, I think another law follows this one and all that we've said, that these women shall all be common to all of those men, and none shall live privately with any. Children too shall be common, and a parent shall not know his children, nor a child his parents. This wave tops the first for sheer incredibility, all right, as to whether it's beneficial or even possible. I don't think anyone would deny the benefit of common wives and children if it's possible. That's the point I expect to see disputed. You can be sure they'll both be hotly disputed. A conspiracy of arguments. I thought I could escape the one and just discuss the possibility. You can't slip off like a runaway slave. We demand an account of both. Well, we'll have to take my punishment, I guess. But do me 458 a little favor, let me loaf and daydream the way lazy-minded people do when they are walking by themselves. They think of something they want and put off planning how to get it so they don't wear themselves out deciding whether or not it's attainable. They pretend they already have it and entertain themselves by arranging the details and imagining what they'll do, and so make an already lazy soul even lazier. I've gotten soft and lazy too, and want to postpone the question of how this is possible, if that's all right with you. Let's assume it's possible, and I'll examine how our rulers will work out the details and show that it will be the most advantageous practice for both our city and the guardians. Then we'll try to examine the other question with you. Will that be all right? Of course, he said, go ahead. Well, if our rulers and their auxiliaries are going to be worthy of their titles, I think the auxiliaries will carry out the sea commands of the rulers, who will follow our laws in some things and imitate them in others in which we permit them to do so. Most likely, he said. Now you, as their lawgiver, will choose the women as you did the men, as close to them in nature as possible, and then hand them over. Since they all share common houses, eat together, possess no private property, and mingle in the gymnasiums and everywhere else, I think innate necessity will draw them to sexual intercourse with each other. Or don't you think that's a necessity? Not a geometrical necessity, he said, but the necessity of love, which is probably a keener goad for prodding and persuading the masses. It certainly is, I said. But, Glaucon, any disorderly conduct, sexual or otherwise, is impious in a happy city and must be forbidden. Yes, because it's unjust, he said. Then we'll clearly arrange the most sacred marriages we can. Sacred means the most beneficial. Absolutely. How will they be beneficial, Glaucon? Look, I see that 459 you have hunting dogs and countless fighting birds at home. I wonder if you've ever noticed something about their mating and breeding. What? Though they are all well bred, some are better than others. Do you breed indiscriminately from all, or only from the best? Only from the best. From the youngest, the oldest, or those in their prime, be those in their prime. Otherwise your stock will deteriorate. Isn't that true of dogs, birds, horses, and every other animal? It would be strange if it wasn't. Good heavens! What outstanding rulers we'll need if the same is true of humans. It is, he said. Why? Because they'll have to use lots of medicine. I suppose we agree that for bodies which respond to treatment without medicine any doctor will do. But when medication is required, the doctor must be brave. True, but what does that apply to? This, I'm afraid our rulers will have to use much lying and deceit for the good of the ruled. I think we said that such lies were useful as a form of medicine. And rightly, he said. Well, I think this rightness will especially show up in our marriages and matings. How? It follows from what we've said that to develop a prime herd our best men must come together with the best women as often as possible, the worst with the worst as seldom as possible, that the offspring of the best must be reared, the others not, and that all this must be hidden from all but the rulers, to keep our flock of guardians free from civil war. Right. Then we'll have to legislate certain festivals where we'll bring the brides and grooms together, with sacrifices and 460 with hymns composed by our poets, appropriate to the forthcoming marriages. We'll leave the number of marriages up to the rulers so they can maintain a constant number of men, adjusted against losses from war, disease, and so on, to make sure that our city grows neither too large nor too small. Right. Then we must rig an ingenious lottery so our worthless fellow will blame his luck and not the rulers every time he misses out on a get-together. We certainly must, he said. The young men who prove good in warfare and elsewhere will receive, among other gifts and prizes, ungrudging access to the beds of the women, which will also be an excuse for having such men conceive the most children. Right. Newborn infants will be taken up by officials appointed for the purpose, whether men, women, or both. All offices, I suppose, will be common to both men and women, and, yes, an offspring of good parents, I think, will be put in the sea pen with some nurses who live apart in a separate quarter of the city. Offspring of inferior parents and any that are deformed will be hidden away in mysterious obscurity, as is fitting. They will be if we want to keep our guardian das pure. The officials will also supervise nursing and bring the mothers to the pen when their breasts are full, contriving every conceivable contrivance to keep any from recognizing her own baby. If a mother doesn't have enough milk, They'll provide other women that do, make sure the mothers wean their babies after a reasonable time, and turn the troubles of sleepless nights and so forth over to nurses. You're making motherhood easy for the guardians women. As is fitting, I said. Now let's go through the rest of our proposal. We said the offspring must be born from people in their prime. Do you agree that the average length of a woman's prime is 20 years and of a man's 30? Which years? That a woman shall bear for the state from her 20th to her 40th year, that a man shall begin to heed it for the state when he has passed his sharpest running peak, continuing until age 55. Footnote: mock legal language. That's the prime of mind and body for both, he said. The same law will cover any active breeder who tampers with eligible women without being paired by the ruler. We'll say he's presenting the city a child that's unauthorized, unsanctified, and bastard. Absolutely right, he said. But when they are past the breeding age, I think we'll set the men free to couple with anyone they wish, except mothers, daughters, grandmothers, and granddaughters, and the women with anyone but their sons and fathers and so on, urging them if they conceive not to bring a single pregnancy to light, or if the birth can't be prevented, to dispose of such a child as one that can't be reared. That's entirely reasonable, he said. But how will they recognize their fathers and daughters and so on? They won't, I said. A man will count from the 10th or even the 7th month from the day he became marriageable, and call every child born after that date son or daughter, and the children will call him father, and the children of these children he'll call grandchildren, and so on, and all children born during the time their parents were breeding you will call each other brothers and sisters. That will keep them from tampering with each other, as we said. But our law will permit brothers and sisters to sleep together if the lot so determines and the oracle at Delphi consents. Absolutely right, he said. That, Glaucon, is how your city's guardians will have wives and children in common. Next we must ask our argument to confirm that this arrangement follows the rest of our 462 regime and is by far the best. Shouldn't we begin by asking ourselves what is the greatest good for the organization of a city, that which a lawgiver must aim at in framing his laws, and what is the greatest evil? And then examine the institution we just described and see if it matches the footprints left behind by the good. That's exactly what we should do, he said. Can you think of a greater evil for a city than something that tears it apart and makes many out of one, or a greater good than something that binds it together into one? No? Don't shared pleasures and pains bind it together? When all the citizens feel a common joy or sorrow at the same rise or fall of events. Absolutely. But individualism in all this unbinds it. When some exult since the rulers control the lottery and know who are true siblings, they will presumably prevent the mating of blood relatives. And others weep at the same events as they affect the city and its citizens. Of course. Doesn't that happen when people in the city don't all utter words like mine and are not mine and somebody else's in unison? Absolutely. Then the city where the most people apply these words to the same things in the same way will be the best governed. By far. Won't it also be the one most like the individual person? When one of us smashes his thumb, for instance, the entire partnership of body to soul, organized into a single community under its ruler, instantly feels it and suffers together as D1 with the hurt part, and we say, the man feels pain in his thumb. Don't we say the same of any part of a person, concerning pain if it's suffering or pleasure if pain is abating? Yes, and you're right, the best governed city is arranged most like such an organism. Then when one citizen experiences something good or evil, such a city will call the experience her own and the whole city will share his joy or his sorrow, necessarily. In a city with good laws, then it's time, I said, to return to our city and see whether it or some other city most closely conforms to what the argument has made us agree on. Yes, we must. Well then, I imagine other cities as well as ours have both 463 rulers and people, who all address each other as citizens. Of course. What do the people in the other cities call their rulers, besides citizens? In most of them despots, in democracies, the name we've been using, rulers. What about our city? What will the people call the rulers, besides citizens? Preservers and allies, B, and the rulers the people. Wage payers and providers. What do rulers in other cities call the people? Slaves, he said. And each other? Fellow rulers. What do ours call each other? Fellow guardians. Now, Glaucon, can any rulers in other cities refer to some of their fellow rulers as belonging and to others as alien? Many, he said. Do they regard and address the ones who belong as their own and the alien ones as not their own? Yes. What about your guardians? Can any regard or address any of his fellow guardians as alien? No. Each will regard everyone he meets as his brother, sister, father, mother, or some other relative. Very good, I said. Now, will you legislate only names of belonging, or must conduct correspond to the names, so that your citizens must accord what the law requires of filial respect, consideration, and obedience to their fathers to escape the disapproval of gods and men for unjust and impious conduct? Will these be the sentiments that sing in a child's ears from childhood up from all citizens, directed both toward those he is told are his fathers and toward all other relations? Exactly, he said. It would be absurd to have him mouth names of belonging without acting accordingly. So in this city more than in any other, when one citizen fares well or badly, the others will chant in unison the words we just mentioned: "It is my own that fares well, my own that fares badly." Completely true, he said. 464. We said that these words and this conviction would make their pleasures and pains be in common. And we were right. Won't our citizens have the same thing in common, especially when they call it mine? And by having the same thing in common, won't they be partners in pleasures and pains? Very much so. Isn't that caused by the whole organization of the city, but especially by the guardians having wives and children in common? More than anything, he said. And we agreed that this unity was the greatest good for a city, likening good government to the relation of the body to its parts when they are in pleasure or pain. And it was a proper agreement, he said. Therefore we've shown that the auxiliaries' possession of common wives and children is the cause of the greatest good for our city. Indeed, this also agrees with what we said earlier, that to be true guardians they must possess no private houses, land, or other property, but receive their sustenance from the other citizens as wages for guarding, and all spend it in common. Right. Do you then, as I, think that this provision added to our earlier one will make them even true guardians and keep them from tearing their city apart by each applying the word mine to different things instead of to the same ones, each dragging off goods to his own home to possess apart from the others, each with separate wives and children, and all introducing the private pleasures and private pains of private individuals? Won't they rather strive, with a single conviction about what belongs to them all for the same goal, and all feel as fully as possible common pleasures and pains? Absolutely, he said. Then won't accusations and lawsuits practically disappear from their midst because they possess everything in common and nothing in private except their bodies? Whence it redounds to them to live free from the civil strife that besets other men from the possession of relatives, children, and property. They'll necessarily be rid of all that. Nor will there justly be any suits for assault or battery, because we'll call it just and honorable to defend oneself against peers, and force them to keep fit. Right. Here's another thing right about our law, Glaucon, if and 45 equals, guardians, in above. Plato calls the whole das of guardians and auxiliaries by either name. Angry man sates his spirit in a fight, he's less likely to push the quarrel any further. Certainly. Now we'll clearly direct elders to rule and punish the young, but unless the rulers command it, no young man will be likely to try to strike his elder or use any force with him or show him any other disrespect. We have two strong guardians to prevent that: fear and shame. Shame forbids be molesting a parent, and fear warns that the others will rush to the victim's defense as his sons, brothers, and fathers. Thus in every way our laws will ensure that the men live in peace with each other. Completely, he said. And as long as the guardians avoid civil war, there's no fear that the other citizens will quarrel either with them or with one another. None at all. For the sake of decorum I hesitate even to mention the C minor evils they'll be rid of, the poor man's flattery of the the financial embarrassments that arise from having to support a home and a family, the borrowings, the disavowals, the procuring of money by any means to hand over to the women and servants to budget and spend. The indignities they suffer are clear enough, my friend, and they are both ignoble and unworthy of mention. Clear to a blind man, he said. They'll be rid of all that and lead a life more blissful than the blissful life of an Olympic victor. In what way? A victor's happiness comprehends only a tiny part of what accrues to the guardians, whose victory is more beautiful as their public maintenance is more complete. They win the victory of preserving their whole city. They and their children are crowned with all the necessities of life. They receive prizes from their city while living and a worthy funeral when they die. They win the victory of preserving their whole city. They and their children are crowned with all the necessities of life. They receive prizes from their city while living and a worthy funeral when they die. All of which are beautiful. Do you remember that someone, I forget who, startled us earlier by objecting that we weren't making our guardians 466 happy, because they have nothing when they could have everything in the city? We said we'd examine that later if it came up, but for now we were making our guardians and our city as happy as possible, not looking at one das and molding it to be happy. I remember, he said. Well? If our if our auxiliaries' life now appears much better and more beautiful than an Olympic victor's, could it in any way compare with the life of a farmer, a shoemaker, or any other craftsman? I doubt it. So it would be fair to repeat here what we said then. If a guardian tries to be happy in any way that keeps him from being a guardian, and if a life so moderate, secure, and as we maintain, good doesn't content him, and if a senseless, childish notion of happiness seizes him and prompts him to try to appropriate everything in the city for himself because see he has the power, then he'll learn that old Hesiod truly was wise for saying that the half is somehow more than the whole. If he takes my advice he'll stick to our way of life. Then do you agree to such partnership of women with men, to their having education, children, and the guarding of the other citizens in common, that both in the city and in battle the women must guard with the men, hunt with them like dogs, and be partners in everything in every way possible, and that thus they'll be acting for the best, not contrary to female nature compared with the male, but as both were naturally intended for partnership with one another? Yes, he said. Next, Glaucon, I said, we must decide whether it's possible for people, as for animals, to have such partnership, and if so, how? You took the words right out of my mouth, Socrates. Because I think it's obvious how they'll fight their wars, how. They'll campaign in common and take the hardier children into battle to observe the occupation that will be theirs when they grow up, like children of any other craftsman. Besides watching, they'll help in things connected with Bat 467 till and serve their mothers and fathers. You've surely noticed that in other crafts, such as pottery, the potter's children look on as helpers for a long time before they touch works and days 40. The wheel. Do you think potters should teach their children more carefully with observation and experience than the guardians? That would be ridiculous. Besides, every animal fights harder with its offspring nearby. Yes, but Socrates, there's great danger that if they fail, as easily happens in battle, they'll destroy their children as well as themselves and make it impossible for the city to recover. True. But do you think we should eliminate danger altogether? No. Then if they must take risks, shouldn't it be in something that will make them better if they succeed? Clearly, do you think it's a small advantage, not worth the danger, for future soldiers to observe war? No, it's a great one. So it stands, the children must be made observers of war. If we devise a means of safety for them, all will be well, won't it? Yes. Now their fathers won't be totally ignorant but as knowing as humans can be about which campaigns will be dangered out, and they'll shield the children from those and bring them to the safer ones. I also assume they won't appoint completely incompetent leaders and tutors for the children, but ones qualified by age and experience. That would be fitting. Still, many things turn out contrary to what we expect. They surely do. Against such contingencies, my friend, the children must be winged so they can fly away if they have to. What do you mean? Horses, I said. We must mount them as young as possible and bring them out to observe on swift but manageable horses after they've learned how to ride. Thus they'll best observe their own work and most safely escape if they must, following their older leaders. That seems proper to me, the enemy and one another. Do you agree with what I think? I may if you tell me. If any soldier of ours deserts his ranks, throws away his sword, or commits any other cowardly act, we should set him up as a farmer or craftsman, and if the enemy takes one alive we'll give them their catch as a gift to do whatever they like with. Absolutely. What about the man acclaimed the best fighter? Do you think each youth and boy that accompanies the army ought to read him in camp? Yes. And shake his hand? That too. I doubt if you'll go along with this, Glaucon. What? That he exchange kisses with each. Completely, he said. You even amend your law to provide that for the duration of the campaign no one he desires to kiss has the right to refuse. That will make him even more eager to win the prize as the best if he should be in love with some boy or girl. Very good, I said. And we've already said that a good man will be selected for more marriages than the others, so that the most children will come from such stock. Yes. Even Homer agrees that it's just to give honors like that to young men who are good. When Ajax was acclaimed the best fighter, they awarded him the full-cut backbone of boar. Footnote, a paraphrase of Works and Days 122-23. As a proper reward for a brave, vigorous man, from which he'd grow in strength as well as in honor. Right, he said. So we'll believe Homer in that much, I said. We too will honor our good men, so far as they've proved themselves good, at sacrifices and other occasions with hymns and the privileges we've mentioned, and with acetes and meats and brimming cups, combining exercise with honor for our good men and women. Beautiful, he said. Iliad 7.321. The next quotation is Iliad 8.162. 134. And when an acclaimed fighter falls in battle, won't we proclaim him of the race of gold and believe Hesiod, who 469 says that when men of this race pass away, they become hallowed spirits on the face of the earth, good, protecting guardians of articulate mortals. Footnote, a paraphrase of Works and Days 122-23. We certainly will. So we must learn from the god how to bury spiritual, divine men, and with what distinctions, and then arrange it as he directs. And we'll attend them as spirits and bow down be to their tombs for all future time. Our observances will be the same for any man whom we judge to have distinguished himself in his lifetime, whether he died of old age or from whatever cause. That would be just. Now how will our soldiers act toward the enemy? Do you consider it just for a Greek city to enslave other Greeks? Or should our city try to abolish this practice even in other cities and introduce the custom of sparing Greeks and guarding against being enslaved by barbarians? That would be preferable in every way. So they won't have Greek slaves themselves, and they'll advise other Greeks to abandon this practice also. Certainly, he said. That will make them turn more against barbarians and leave each other alone. What about plundering the dead in a battle? Is it good to take anything but their armor? Or is that just an excuse for cowards to avoid facing the enemy by pretending to do something necessary in poking around with the dead? Hasn't such looting destroyed many an army? It certainly has. Doesn't stripping a corpse strike you as slavish and greedy? And isn't it small-minded and womanish to consider the body the enemy when the real adversary has flown off and left behind merely that which he fought with? Do you think that's behaving any better than dogs who snap at the stones that hit them rather than at the people who throw them? Not a bit, he said. Then mustn't we stop this practice of stripping corpses and preventing the enemy from collecting their dead? Yes, by Zeus, we must. Surely we won't dedicate enemy armor, especially of Greeks, in temples if we care about the goodwill of other Greeks. In fact, we'll fear that bringing kinsman's armor into 470 a temple will defile it, unless the god should tell us otherwise. Right. What about ravaging the land and burning the houses of Greek adversaries? What will your soldiers do about that? FD like to hear your opinion. I think they'll do neither, Glaucon, but only take the year's crops. Do you want to know why? B. Yes. It seems to me that war and civil war aren't just two different names, but two realities denoting disagreement in two different spheres, one related and kindred, the other foreign and alien. Hostility in the foreign sphere is called war, in the kindred sphere civil war. That doesn't depart from accepted usage. See if this also conforms. I maintain that the Greek race C is kindred and related to itself, but foreign and alien to barbarians. Well said. Then we'll say that Greeks and barbarians are natural enemies, and when they fight it must be called war. But Greeks are natural friends even when they fight, and when they do we'll say Greece is sick with strife and call it civil war. D. I'll surely agree to that definition, he said. Then observe that when civil war as now defined arises in a city and sets it against itself, people consider it an abomination if the two parties destroy each other's fields and houses, and they condemn both sides as unpatriotic for ravaging their nurse and mother, whereas they consider it moderate for the winners to take the crops of the losers and to think of them not as permanent enemies, but as people they'll eventually be reconciled with. That's certainly a gentler, more civilized attitude. Won't your city be Greek, and your men good and gentle, lovers of Greece who regard her as their home and who share a common religion with other Greeks? Absolutely. 471. Then they'll regard disagreements with Greeks, their kin, as civil war and not even speak of it as war. They'll treat them as friends with whom they'll be reconciled, and discipline them with kindness rather than punish them with slavery or death, because they are disciplinarians, not enemies. Exactly. And being Greeks, they won't ravage Greece, burn houses, or assume that every man, woman, and child in a city is their enemy, but only the few that instigated the dispute. B. Since they regard the majority as their friends, our men will refuse to ravage their land or raze their houses, and they'll pursue the quarrel only far enough to force the innocent to punish the guilty for making them suffer. I agree, our citizens must deal with their Greek opponents like that and treat barbarians the way Greeks now treat one another. Then shall we make it a law for our guardians not to see ravage land or burn houses? Certainly, he said, and assume that it and our other laws are good. But, Socrates, if we let you go on like this, I'm afraid you'll never get to what you put off earlier and show how it's possible for such a regime to come about. I agree that every good thing would come to a city where this happened, and I'll even fill in what you left out. They'll fight the best because they'll desert each other the least, and they'll view as well as address each other as father, son, and brother. If the women join their campaigns, in the same ranks or in rear ranks of their own to frighten the enemy and help the men when necessary, I'm sure their army will be totally invincible. I also see all the good things they have at home, which you didn't mention. So don't dwell on this any longer. Try to persuade us that this regime is possible and show us how, and let the rest go. I see you've no patience with someone who dawdles, the way you sweep down in this sudden raid on my argument. I guess you don't know you're bringing on the third and biggest wave of all, after I just barely escaped the first 2-degree. When you see it and hear it, you'll more than forgive me for, C for 57b, D, P. 122. The third wave was the one that drowned you, cf. English, go under for the third time. Here the waves are of laughter and disbelief. Fearing and hesitating to argue such a paradoxical argument. The more you talk like that, Socrates, the less chance you have of getting off. So quit stalling and speak. Well, first we must recall that we got here because we were inquiring what justice and injustice are like. What of it? Nothing. Just that if we find out what justice is like, will we expect the just man to be exactly like it in every way, or will we be satisfied if he comes as close to it as possible and participates in it more than anyone else? Yes, we'll be satisfied with that. So by inquiring what justice and injustice themselves are like and what a perfectly just or unjust man would be like if he came into being, we were seeking a model, so that by looking at the men and seeing what they are like in regard to happiness and misery, we can then look at ourselves and be forced to admit that whichever of us most resembles one of these men will also receive a life most resembling his. We didn't do it to prove that the models themselves can come into being. That much is true, he said. Do you think a painter who has painted an adequate model of what the most beautiful human being would look like would be a poorer painter for being unable to prove that such a man can be born? Not at all, by Zeus. Well, weren't we making a model in words of a good city? Certainly. Do you think we'll be poorer modelers if we can't prove it possible to govern a city as we've said? Not a bit. Then that's the truth of the matter, Glaucon. But if for your sake I must be eager to demonstrate how this might most nearly be possible, then to further the demonstration give me your agreement again on the same point. What point? Can anything be done exactly as said, or is it the nature 473 of practice to catch less of the truth than does speech, contrary to what people may think? You've got my agreement on that, he said. Then don't force me to show that everything we've described in words can be realized completely in practice. If we're able to discover how a city may be governed as closely as possible to what we've said, we'll say FVE proved what you demand, that this is possible. Will you be satisfied with that? I will. So will I. Next, it seems, we must try to point out what's being done wrong in the cities now to keep them from being so governed, and what would be the smallest change that would bring a city to our kind of regime, preferably only one or two, but at any rate the fewest in number and smallest in effect. See, absolutely, he said. I think we can point out one change, I said, that would transform everything. It isn't small or very easy, but possible. What is it? Now I'm on top of what we compare to the biggest wave. Still I shall tell it, though it drown me in laughter and disrepute, like a cackling billow. So examine what I'm going to say. Speak, Glaucon said. Until either philosophers become kings or those now called kings and regents become genuine philosophers, so that political power and philosophy coincide and the many natures that now enter exclusively on one or the other are constrained from so doing, there will be no end to the evils, dear Glaucon, for cities nor, I think, for the human race. And this regime we've gone through in words will never grow into possibility and see the light of the sun. This is what made me hesitate so long. I knew what I'd say would be completely contrary to opinion. It's not easy to see that nothing else will bring happiness to the individual or to the state. Socrates, he said, you've tossed out a proposal that 474 will incite a horde of respectable men to throw off their cloaks, grab the first weapon they find, and stampede you down intent on some horrible mischief. If you don't have an argument to defend yourself with, your penalty will be hoots and scurrility. Aren't you responsible, Glaucon? I acted honorably. But I won't betray you, defend you with all that I have, goodwill, encouragement, and a willingness, perhaps, to answer more civilly than another. So with these reinforcements try to show the disbelievers that things are as you say. Try, since you offer such a powerful alliance. If we want to be acquitted by that mob, I think we must then who we mean by philosophers when we have the nerve to say they should rule. When this is made clear, we can defend ourselves by pointing out that they are httwt by nature both to see grasp philosophy and to lead in the city, while the others are httwt neither to grasp nor to lead, but to follow. The time has come, he said, to den. Follow me then, maybe we can run this thing down somehow or other. Lead on, he said. Need I remind you, I asked, or do you remember that when we say someone loves something we must, to speak properly, say he loves the whole and not just a part? You'd better remind me, I guess. I don't seem to have it very well. Nay, Glaucon, said I, what you say beats rather another. It ill beseems a loving man to forget that every youth in his bloom somehow bites and stirs up an erotic, boy-loving man by appearing worthy of his attention and embraces. Isn't that how you fellows act toward the beauties? One has a snub nose, you praise it as cute, another a beak and you call it royal, while the one in the middle is balanced. This dark-complexioned beauty is manly, that white one, a child of the gods. And where do you think Honeyskin came from if not from the brain of some simpering lover determined to charm away pallor if on it graces a youth? In a word, you fellows dream up any excuse, any endearment to keep from having to reject any flowering 475 boy. If, he said, you choose to speak of me in describing the doings of lovers, then I assent for the argument's sake. What? Don't wine lovers do the same thing? Use every excuse to enjoy every wine. They certainly do. What about lovers of honor? If they can't make general, they'll serve as lieutenants, content to be honored by the small and insignificant, if not by the great and the proud. Their desire is for honor, in whatever form. Absolutely. So is it correct to say that when someone desires something, he desires the whole das and not just a part? Yes. Then so with the lover of wisdom. We'll say he desires it all and not just a part. True. So if someone is finicky about learning, especially a young man who doesn't yet know what's useful or not, we won't call him fond of learning or a lover of wisdom, any more than we'd call someone finicky about food a good eater, or say he's hungry and desires food. Correct. But if he's not squeamish and willingly swallows all learning with insatiable gusto, then we'll justly call him a lover of learning, right? You'll have lots of strange birds if you do, Glaucon replied. All lovers of sight strike me as being so because they delight in learning, and lovers of sounds are surely a rare set to put with philosophers. They avoid discussions and pastimes like that, but run around to every festival in city and town, listening to the choruses as though their ears had been hired. Do you really want to call learners like that, as well as students of hobbies, lovers of wisdom? No, but they resemble them. But whom do you call true lovers of wisdom? Those, I said, who love the sight of the truth. That's correct too, but how do you mean it? It would be hard to explain to anyone else. But you, I think, will agree with me in this. What? Since the beautiful and the ugly are opposites, they are too. 476, of course. Since they are two, each is one. True. So with the just and the unjust, the good and the bad, and all the other forms, each itself is one, but by their part, i.e. the philosopher, which means lover of wisdom, ownership in actions, bodies, and one another, they show up everywhere and each appears to be many. Right, he said. Well, that's how I divide them up. On one side your lovers of sights and hobbyists and men of action, on the other the ones we're concerned with, the only ones rightly be called lovers of wisdom. How do you mean? Well, I suppose the lovers of sounds and sights embrace beautiful tones and colors and figures and whatever is fashioned from them, but their mind is incapable of seeing and embracing the nature of the beautiful itself. That's just how it is, he said. And only a few can approach the beautiful itself and see it by itself. Very few. See, what about a man who believes there are beautiful things but neither believes in the beautiful itself nor is able to follow another who leads him to the knowledge of it? Is he awake or living a dream? Look, isn't it dreaming when a person asleep or awake takes the resemblance of something for the thing it resembles? I at least would say such a person is dreaming. How about the opposite case, thinking there is a beautiful itself and being able to see both it and the things that participate in it, not supposing the things to be it or it the things? Is that living awake or a dream? Wide awake. Then won't we properly call the state of mind of the one a knowledge because he knows, that of the other opinion because he conjectures? Certainly. What if the one who we say conjectures and doesn't know gets angry with us and disputes what we say? Can we soothe and gently persuade him without making it too obvious that he's nearly out of his mind? We'd better, by Zeus. Come on, let's see what we'll tell him, or would you rather we question him, to show that we don't begrudge him if he should know something, in fact would be delighted to see that he did, so tell us, does a knower know something or nothing? You answer for him, Glaucon. I'll answer that he knows something. Something that is or is not. 7 to 7, that is. How could something that is not be known? So even if we examined it further, this would still be sufficiently clear. What completely is completely knowable. What in no way is totally unknowable. That's clear enough. Then if there's something that both is and is not, it must lie between what purely is and what totally is not. It must. If knowledge pertains to what is and ignorance necessarily to what is not, then we must find something between knowledge and ignorance for this in-between thing, if there's anything like that. Certainly. Do we say that opinion is something? Of course. The same or a different power than knowledge? Different. Then knowledge and opinion each align with a different thing, each according to its own power. Right. Knowledge, therefore, naturally pertains to what is, to know how it is, but wait, I think we have to sort something out first. What? See, we'll describe powers as a dash of the things that are, by which we and everything else are empowered to do whatever we do. I call sight and hearing, for instance, powers. Do you understand the dash I mean? Of course. Then here's my notion of them. In a power I see neither color, figure, nor any other feature that I might look at in the other many things to distinguish one as different from another. In a power I look only to this, what it pertains to and what it affects. It's by this that I call it a power, and if it pertains to and affects the same thing I call it the same, if not, different. How about you? Forms of the verb to be are italicized when used in the sense of exist or have real being, use more common in Greek than in English. I do the same. So back to you, my excellent fellow, do you call knowledge a power, or in what dash do you put it? In that one. It's the strongest power of all. Then shall we rank opinion as a power, or put it in some other dash? No, it's the power by which we conjecture. But just a moment ago you agreed that knowledge and opinion are not the same thing. No one with sense would call the fallible and the infallible the same. Good, I said. Then we clearly agree that opinion is different from knowledge. For to 78, we do. And being different powers, each naturally pertains to a different thing. Knowledge pertains to what is, to know how it is, whereas opinion, we say, conjectures. Yes. The same thing that knowledge knows? Is the same thing both knowable and conjecturable? Or is that impossible? Impossible from what we've agreed on. If knowledge and opinion are really both powers, and different powers, as we said, and if each power naturally pertains to a different thing, then it follows that the same thing cannot be both knowable and conjecturable. So if the knowable is that which is, then the conjecturable must be something else. Indeed, he said. Well, can opinion conjecture what is not? Or is that impossible even to conjecture? Think about it, Glaucon. Doesn't a conjecturer relate his opinion to something? Or is it possible to conjecture, yet conjecture nothing? No. So a conjecturer conjectures some one thing. Yes. And what is not surely can't be called some one thing, but nothing. Of course. Weren't we forced to hand knowledge over to what is and ignorance over to what is not? Yes, and rightly. So opinion conjectures neither what is nor what is not. Correct. Then opinion is neither knowledge nor ignorance. It doesn't seem to be. Does it lie outside of them, surpassing knowledge in clarity or ignorance in obscurity? No. Well, does opinion strike you as being darker than knowledge, but brighter than ignorance? Much. So opinion lies within them, between knowledge and ignorance. Absolutely. Didn't we say earlier that if something showed up that both is and is not at the same time, this would lie between what purely is and what totally is not, and that neither knowledge nor ignorance would pertain to it, but whatever showed up between knowledge and ignorance? Right. And what showed up between them is what we call opinion. Yes. Then this remains to discover, it seems, what is it that participates both in what is and what is not, yet itself can be properly called neither, so that if it shows up we can justly call it conjecturable. That way we'll assign extremes to extremes and the in-between to the in-between. Isn't that so? Yes. With that established then, let me question our good 479 man, that lover of sights who believes there are many beautiful things, but not a beautiful itself or a shape of beauty itself, always the same in every respect, who won't even put up with someone saying that the beautiful and the just and so on are one. O excellent man, we will say, is there one of these many beautiful things that won't also appear ugly? Or one of the just or the holy that won't also appear unjust or unholy? The Greek word is idea, a synonym for form. It has been consistently translated as shape rather than idea, which in English suggests something that exists only in the mind. The root of both Greek words is see. They denote something seen, an appearance or outline. No, said Glaucon, they'll necessarily appear somehow, be both ugly and beautiful, and so on. How about the many doubles? Don't they appear to be halves as well as doubles? Yes. And large things and small, light ones and heavy, can't they all be called their opposites as well as what we say they are? Yes, he said, each always has something of both. Then each of these men is both is and is not what we call it. It's like those party puzzlers, he said, or the children's riddle about the eunuch throwing at the bat, who hit what sea with what and what was the bat sitting on. So with the things, they equivocate, and none can be firmly thought to be or not to be, or to be neither or both. Do you know what to do with them then? Can you find a better place for them than between existence and non-being? I doubt they'll appear brighter than being, that they should more be, or darker than unbeing, that they should be more unbe. Most true, he said. Then we've discovered, it seems, that the many standards of beauty and of everything else roll around somewhere between what purely is and is not. We certainly have. And we agreed earlier that if something like this showed up it would have to be called conjecturable, not knowable, the in-between wanderer caught by the power between. We're agreed. So those who watch the many beautiful things without seeing the beautiful itself, and who can't even follow another who leads them to it, or the many just things without the just itself, and so on, will say they conjecture them all and know nothing of what they conjecture. Necessarily, said Glaucon. Riddle. A man who was not a man threw and did not throw a stone that was not a stone at a bird that was not a bird sitting and not sitting in a tree that was not a tree. Answer. A eunuch threw a piece of pumice at a bat clinging to a reed and didn't hit it. Throw and hit are the same word in Greek. What about the ones who watch every itself? Each always the same in every respect? Don't they know and not conjecture? That's necessary too. Then won't we say that they love and embrace what knowledge pertains to, the others what opinion pertains to? Do you remember saying that the others love beautiful tones and colors and so on, but won't put up with the beautiful itself as even existing? I remember. Then we won't be off-key in calling them lovers of opinion. Footnote: opinion, in Greek also means appearance, illusion, rather than wisdom. Will they get terribly angry with us for calling them that? Not if they listen to me, he said. It's unlawful to be angry at the truth. So the ones who embrace each thing itself that is ought to be called philosophers, lovers of wisdom rather than of opinion. Absolutely. Book 6. Well, Glaucon, I said, after marching them through a rather long argument, we've somehow managed to show who are the philosophers and who are not. It might not have been easy to do in a short one. Apparently not. Though I think we'd have shown them more clearly if we'd only had that to discuss, and there weren't so many other things left to go through to see how the just life differs from the unjust. Well, what's next? Why, what's next in line? If philosophers are the ones who can reach what always stays the same in every respect, and non-philosophers the ones who cannot, who wander among the many things that go in every direction, then which should rule in the city? What would be a reasonable reply? Whichever are shown capable of guarding the laws and pursuits of a city. See, right, he said. If you have a sharp-eyed man and a blind one, it's clear which ought to be a guardian to watch over something. It's hardly unclear. Do people truly deprived of the knowledge of each thing that is, who lack a distinct pattern of it in their souls, who are unable to look at absolute truth like painters and constantly refer to it over there and contemplate it as accurately as possible, and then either set up standards here, if they must, of beauty, justice, and goodness, or guard and preserve the existing ones. Do people like that seem better than blind men? Not very much, by Zeus. Then which shall we make guardians, them, or the ones who equal them in experience and every other part of excellence, and have also recognized each thing that is, if they really equal them in the other things? He said, it would be odd to choose anyone else, because that knowledge would make them excel in almost the greatest thing of all. So shall we discuss how they can have both knowledge 485 and the rest? Certainly. Then, as we said at the beginning of this discussion, we must first understand their nature. If we can agree on that, I think we'll also agree that not only can they have both, but that no one else should lead in the cities. How can we do that? We may take it as established that philosophic natures always love the learning which reveals something of the essence that always is, that never wanders through generation and decay. Yes, that's been established. And also that they'll love all of it and never willingly renounce any part, great or small, more or less respectable, just like those lovers we discussed earlier. Right, he said. Next, see if they mustn't also have this in their nature. See, what? Truthfulness, love of truth, hatred of lies, and an aversion to ever accepting one voluntarily. Most likely. Is it only likely, my friend, or absolutely necessary that a man who's passionately in love should cherish everything related or belonging to his sweetheart? Absolutely necessary, he said. Could you find anything more closely related to wisdom than truth? I doubt it. Then can the same nature love both wisdom and lies? Never. So from earliest childhood the true lover of learning must grasp above all for all truth. By all means. And when a person's desires tilt sharply to some one thing, we know they weaken toward everything else, as though the stream had been diverted there. Of course. And when they've been channeled toward learning and all that goes with it, I think they'll be concerned with the pleasure of the soul itself by itself. They'll recede from pleasures that come through the body, if the man's a true philosopher and not an impostor. An absolute necessity. Such a man, therefore, will be temperate and not at all greedy or interested in spending money for the things it can buy. Indeed. 486. Another thing to observe when you judge whether a nature is philosophic or not, be sure it has no slavishness in it. Nothing is so inimical as pettiness to a soul that always strives to reach the whole of everything human and divine. Most true, he said. Do you suppose a mind endowed with grandeur and the ability to view all time and all being can think much of this human life? Impossible. B. Will such a man regard death as a terror? Not at all. Then a slavish, cowardly nature, it seems, has no part in true philosophy. I think not. An orderly man, not greedy, slavish, cowardly, or boastful, could he ever be unjust or hard to deal with? No. So to determine whether a soul is philosophic or not, Glaucon, you'll examine it from childhood up to see whether it's gentle and just or savage and unsociable. Certainly. I doubt if you'll overlook this. What? Whether it learns easily or hard. Or do you expect someone to cherish something that brings him great pain and small accomplishment? Never, he said. What if he can't retain anything he learns? If he's full of forgetfulness, won't he be empty of knowledge? And if he struggles in vain, don't you think he'll finally end up hating both himself and the activity? Of course. Therefore we won't admit a forgetful soul to the philosophic ones, we'll seek out the one that remembers. We'll also say that an awkward, museless nature can lead nowhere but to lack of measure and proportion. Correct. Do you think truth is related to measure or its lack? To measure. Then let's also seek a mind naturally measured and agreeable, whose self-nature allows it to be easily led to the shape of each thing that is. All right. Do you think the qualities we've mentioned accompany each other and are necessary for a soul that aspires to partake perfectly and sufficiently of that which is all? Absolutely, said Glaucon. Could you in any way criticize a pursuit that can be adequately pursued only by those who have native memory, ease of learning, grandeur, and agreeableness, who are friends and relatives of truth, justice, courage, and temperance? Blame himself could find no fault in a thing like that. Then when such men are perfected in age and education, I said, won't you turn the city over to them alone? Be here. Adimantus spoke up, Socrates, no one could dispute what you say. Your listeners are in the same position as always when you talk about this. They think that because of their inexperience at question and answer, the argument leads them astray a little bit at a time until finally, when all the bits are collected, they find themselves lost in apparent contradiction to what they said at the start, like an uninitiated player trapped by an expert in checkers and left with no place to move, except that they've been trapped and left with nothing to say in a game where the pieces are words. But the game has nothing to do with the truth. I say this in reference to the present discussion. A person might say that while he has nothing to reply to each of your questions in words, still in practice he sees that of the men who charge into and stay with philosophy instead of practicing it for de-education while young and then giving it up, the majority turn out to be cranks, not to say scoundrels, while the few that seem decent still are made useless to their cities by this pursuit that you recommend. Do you think he'd be telling a lie? I asked. I don't know. I'd like to hear what you think. I think he's telling the truth, but if we admit that philosophers are useless to their cities, how can it be right to say that evils won't end for the cities till the philosophers rule? I'll have to answer that with a simile, Adimantus. And I thought you never used similes. How can you joke when you've caught me in something 488 so hard to explain? Listen to this and see how I can strain for an image. I'll have to, because the condition of decent philosophers toward their cities is so acute that there's nothing else like it, and to make an image of it and a defense for them we'll have to gather materials from all over and slap them together like a painter who paints goat stags and other mixed monsters. Imagine a situation like this, on one ship or many, a B captain who outstrips everyone on board in size and in, the captain represents the people, to whom the ship of state belongs and who ought to maintain order so that the navigator, statesman, can steer. Greek captains owned their own ships. The sailors are the politicians and political parties. This long sentence struggles just as badly in Greek. Presumably Plato intends it to illustrate the chaos it describes. Strength, but nearsighted, partially deaf, and with knowledge of sailing to match, sailors in mutiny over the navigation, each thinking that he ought to steer, though none has learned the skill or can point to his teacher or to the time when he learned it, who deny in fact that navigation can even he taught and are ready to cut down anyone who says that it can, always swarming around the captain begging for the sea wheel, and sometimes, if one group persuades him and another does not, the one kills off the other or pitches them overboard, and, having stupefied the noble skipper with drugs or wine, they take over and revel and party on the ship's stores and sail as you'd expect of such rowdies, and on top of it all they praise as a navigator and sailor with knowledge of shipcraft the man who's sharpest at persuading or coercing the captain into letting them rule, but denounce as useless a man who lacks this ability, refusing even to hear that a navigator must necessarily study the seasons and climates, the sky, the stars, the winds, and everything else that pertains to his craft if he's to become a true shipmaster, and that he will be a navigator whether anyone wants it or not, and disbelieving that there is a skill or practice of steering that can be acquired along with navigation. In such a state of affairs, is it any wonder that the true navigator is called a useless, babbling stargazer by the crews of such 489 topsy-turvy ships? Not at all, said Adimantus. I don't think you'll ask me to examine the simile. You understand that it represents the attitude of the cities toward the true philosophers. I certainly do. Then teach it to that fellow who was surprised that philosophers aren't honored in the cities, and try to convince him that it would be much more surprising if they were. I will, he said. And also that he was right in saying decent philosophers are useless to the many. But tell him to blame it on the ones who don't use them, not on the philosophers. It's not in the nature of things for a navigator to ask sailors to let him rule them, or for wise men to go to the doors of the The subtle fellow who said that was a liar, because the true nature of things is that a sick man, or poor, must go to the door of the doctor, and everyone who needs to be ruled must go to the door of the one who can rule him. No ruler worth anything asks his subjects to let him rule them. So you won't go wrong if you liken political rulers now to these sailors, and the ones they call useless stargazers to the true navigators. Right, he said. Under these circumstances it's hard for the noblest pursuit to be held in repute by those who pursue the opposite. By far the gravest prejudice comes to philosophy from the people who claim to follow her ways, the ones you say her accuser was referring to when he called most of her suitors scoundrels, the few decent ones useless, and I agreed. Right. Yes. We've explained why the decent ones are useless. Shall we next discuss why most of them are necessarily scoundrels, and try to show that philosophy isn't the cause of that either? Certainly. Then let's recall the nature we said a man must acquire 490 at birth to grow beautiful and good. His leader, you'll remember, was truth, which he must pursue entirely wherever it leads, or else be an impostor cut off from all intercourse with true philosophy. That's what we said. So this is one thing that drastically contradicts current opinions about the philosopher. It surely does. Then will it be a reasonable defense to say that the true lover of learning is disposed by nature to court what is rather be than to dally with each of the men is conjectured to be, that his passion neither dulls nor abates until he has clasped the nature of each thing itself, that is, with the part of his soul suited to clasp it, the part related to it, and that when he has approached it and has been in reality wedded to reality and has begotten intelligence and truth, he truly lives and knows and is nourished, and only then ceases from the pangs of labor, and not before. Entirely reasonable, said Adimantus. Will such a man cherish falsehood, or on the contrary hate it? See, hate it. And with truth as his leader, I doubt if we'd say a chorus of evils will follow, but rather a healthy, just disposition, accompanied by temperance. Right. Why reassemble the whole chorus of a philosophic nature all over again? You'll remember that some of its members turned out to be courage, grandeur, ease of learning, and memory. Then you objected that though a person might be forced to agree with our words, still by looking at the people they applied to, he'd say that some are useless and most totally evil. In examining the cause of this prejudice we got to our present question, why most are bad, and therefore took up the nature of the true philosopher again and defined it as it must necessarily be. True, he said. Then, I said, we must first contemplate how this nature gets corrupted and in most destroyed, so that only a tiny part escapes to be called useless rather than evil. Next, what kinds of natures imitate the philosophic one and usurp its 491 pursuit which, being too high for them, completely untunes them, so that they've stuck the reputation you mentioned onto philosophy among peoples everywhere. What do you mean by corrupted? He asked. Well, Adimantus, I think anyone would agree that natures with all the parts we just assigned to one that may become perfectly philosophic will be few and far between. Do you agree? Completely. Now observe how many powerful corrupter these few have. The most surprising thing is that each of the parts we've praised in a philosophic nature destroys the soul that has them and tears it away from philosophy. I mean courage, temperance, and so on. That does sound strange. So do all the so-called goods, beauty, wealth, physical strength, influential relations in the city, that sort of thing. You get the pattern I mean. Yes, but I'd like to hear it in detail. Well, if you properly grasp the whole, it'll all become clear, and what we said about the parts won't seem so strange. How do I do that? We know that any seed or growth, animal or vegetable, must find proper nourishment, climate, and place, or else the stronger it is the more it will lack in the qualities appropriate to it. Evil is probably more opposed to the good than to the no good. Of course. So I think it makes sense, in alien surroundings the best nature will end up worse than a poor one. Yes. Therefore, Adimantus, I said, shall we also say that the best-natured souls turn out exceptionally bad if they get a bad schooling? Great crimes and pure evil come only from vigorous natures perverted by upbringing. A weak nature never does anything great, good or evil. Or do you think so? No, it's as you say. So if the nature we posited as philosophic finds its appropriate learning, it will necessarily grow to attain every excellence. But if it was planted and grew in the inappropriate, and is brought up there, it will arrive at just the opposite, unless a God comes to its aid. Or do you, like the many, believe that some young men are corrupted by sophists, that there are teachers corrupting people privately to any notable extent, or are the ones who make this allegation be themselves the greatest sophists, perfect teachers who fashion young and old, men and women, into exactly what they want them to be? When do they do that? He asked. Whenever great numbers are gathered to sit in the assembly, in courts, in the theatre, in camp, or in any of the mob's communal gatherings where with stupendous uproar they cheer and jeer actions and speeches, both to excess, see shouting and applauding till even the echoing rocks and the place where they are sitting join in to redouble the racket of their cheering and jeering. How do you think a young man's heart will react to all that? What private education could hold up and not be washed down the river of cheering and jeering, carried wherever the current may take it, so that he calls what they call beautiful and ugly, pursues what they do, and becomes like them, an absolute necessity, Socrates, he said. Convivial gatherings, courts, theatres, etc., were held outdoors, usually in amphitheatres on the side of a mountain. And yet, Adimantus, we still haven't mentioned the greatest necessity. What? The one that these sophists and teachers impose indeed upon the ones they can't persuade in word. Or didn't you know that they punish people who don't listen to them with fines, disfranchisement, and death? They certainly do. What sophist or private argument could prevail against that? None that I know of. No, I said, even the attempt is senseless. There is not, never has been, nor will there ever be a divergent disposition educated in excellence contrary to the education given by the many, a human one, my friend. We'll follow the proverb and exempt the godlike from the argument. Because in such a state of political affairs, if anything is preserved and becomes what it should be, you won't go wrong by saying 493 a God's dispensation preserved it. That's my opinion too, he said. Here's something else for you to conjecture. Each of these paid private teachers, whom they call sophists and regard as competitors, teaches nothing but the convictions of the many, which they conjecture when they gather together, and which these teachers call wisdom. It's as if a man had observed the moods and desires of a huge, powerful beast and had learned how to approach it and handle it, b. when it is savage or gentle and what makes it so, what sounds it normally makes on different occasions, and what sounds a person must make to soothe or enrage it. He then takes what he has learned from this long association and calls it wisdom, organizes it into a science, and takes up teaching, even though he has no true knowledge about which of these desires and convictions may be good, bad, beautiful, ugly, just, or unjust, but makes these words depend on the whimsy of the creature, so that he calls whatever delights it good, whatever angers it bad, and can give no further explanation of them. He therefore terms necessities just and beautiful because he's never been a spectator of, nor can he point out to another, the nature of the necessary and the good, how much in reality they differ from each other. Wouldn't a man like that, by Zeus, strike you as a strange educator? He surely would. Does it seem any different when a man has observed the moods and pleasures of the assembled many and multifarious concerning painting, music, or even politics, and then considers it wisdom? If a man consorts with the many and makes them his masters more than is necessary by displaying his poetry or other works to them, or his service to the city, then the legendary necessity of Diamonds * will force him to do whatever they approve. Have you ever heard such a man give an argument for the true goodness and beauty of this that wasn't utterly contemptible? No, and I don't think I ever will. Keeping all that in mind, I said, remember this, the beautiful itself and not the many beautiful things, or every seer and not each of the many's. Will the mob ever put 494 up with that or think they exist? Not in the least. So it's impossible for the mob to be a philosopher. Yes. And they'll necessarily denounce those who are. Necessarily. Then so will those private teachers who consort with the crowd and desire to please it. Clearly. Then do you see anything that will preserve a philosophic nature so it can stay in this pursuit till it reaches the end? Judge from what we've said, it has ease of learning, memory, courage, and grandeur. Won't he therefore be from the first of the boys, especially if his body grows to resemble his soul? How could he help it? Then I suppose his family and the citizens will want to use him for their own affairs when he grows up, so they'll grovel before him in supplication and respect, flattering him in anticipation of his power. There is that tendency, he said. Then how do you think he'll behave, especially if he comes from a great city and is rich and well-born, perhaps even handsome and tall? Won't he be stuffed with wild proverbial expression for excessive force? Once, after Odysseus had tried to kill him, Diamonds bound him and drove him back to camp by beating him with his sword. Expectations, think he's up to handling the affairs of Greeks and barbarians alike, set himself up on a pedestal and be filled with vacuous postings and grandiose ideas empty of sense. He certainly will. Now if somebody should approach him while he's in this state and gently tell him the truth, that he's got none of the sense he should have and won't get it unless he works for it like a slave, do you think he'll readily listen, surrounded by so many evils? Not at all. But if he does listen because of his good birth and nature and his affinity with the advice, and is turned and drawn to philosophy, what will we expect of those others who think they are losing his usefulness and companionship? Won't they say and do anything to prevent him from listening and his adviser from being able to persuade him, by hatching private plots and public prosecutions? Necessarily. Is there any way he can become a philosopher? Not very easily. You see? I said. We weren't far wrong when we said that the parts of a philosopher's nature, if they fall in evil surroundings, themselves somehow cause his exile from the pursuit, as do so-called goods like wealth and other appurtenances. No, we were quite right. Then that, surprisingly enough, is what corrupts and destroys the best natures, few enough to begin with, as we said, FB are the noblest pursuit. From them come the ones who wreak the greatest evil on cities and individuals, as well as the ones who do good, if their stream should flow in that direction. A small nature never does anything great, for a man or a city. True. Thus the ones most suited to philosophy fall away from her, leave her unwed and forsaken, and lead a false, inappropriate life while unworthy strangers move in on her after she's been left without relatives like an orphan, defile her and hang on her that reproach you said her detractors make against her, that some of her companions are good for nothing, and most of them only for evil. So they say, at any rate. With good reason. Other paltry fellows, who have achieved the greatest distinction in their own little crafts, cd the abandoned field ripe with impressive words and poses, and like runaway slaves taking refuge in temples, they gleefully leap from their trades into philosophy. Even as now practiced, philosophy has the grandest reputation compared to other crafts, and many, aspiring to that even though their natures are incomplete and the menial labor of their trades has left them as broken in soul as deformed in body, or isn't that necessarily so? It certainly is. Don't fellows like that remind you of a bald little blacksmith with money, just out of prison and fresh from the baths, in a new cloak and decked out like a bridegroom, about to marry his master's daughter because she's been left forsaken and destitute? 496. They are not very different. What sort of children will a couple like that most likely produce? Won't they be worthless bastards? Necessarily. What about suitors unsuited to education who unworthily court philosophy? What kind of notions and opinions shall we say they'll produce? Shouldn't we properly name them as sophisms because they are illegitimate and have nothing to do with true knowledge? Absolutely. Then only a very few of philosophy's worthy suitors remain, Diamantus, perhaps a noble and well-reared disposition caught in exile where no corruptors can unnaturally separate him from her, or a great soul growing in a small city and scorning its provincial affairs, and maybe a few good natures come to her from some other craft which they justly despise. Our companion thus has a bridle that may also see curb some. Goetz was all prepared for his exile from philosophy, but nursing his sickly body restrained him by keeping him out of politics. My own divine sign barely deserves mention, because I imagine it has come to hardly anyone before me. Now when a man has become one of those worthy few and has tasted that sweet and blissful pos, Socrates' famous, divine voice, which warned him against doing certain things, mentioned in Apology 3id and elsewhere. Session, when he has seen on the other hand the madness of the many, how scarcely any does anything sound for his city, and how there's no one among them to help him defend justice and to offer him safety, and when, like a man fallen among beasts, unwilling to join in their crimes but too weak, being one, to stand against all when they are all wild, they would kill him before he could help his city or his friends, and they would thus make him useless both to himself and to others, when one of those few has comprehended all that, he steps aside, as under a little wall in a storm when the winds drive the dust and the sleet, he keeps his peace and tends his own business, and observing the lawlessness of others, he is content if he can somehow live this life free from injustice and impious actions and depart from it graciously, with kindliness and good hope. Yet, you know, his accomplishment won't be the smallest 497 by the time he departs, nor the greatest, without finding a community suited to him. There he'd flourish more fully and preserve both his own and the commonwealth. But I think we've adequately discussed the reasons for philosophy's prejudice and why it's unjustified, unless you have something to add. Not about that, he said. But which of the present regimes is suited to her? None, I replied. That's my complaint. Dimantas, none of our present constitutions is worthy of the philosophic nature. Therefore it alters and turns, and as a foreign seed planted in alien soil tends to be overwhelmed and disappear into a native type, so at present this nature fails to retain its own power and is banished into an alien disposition. If ever it finds the best regime, best as it is the best, it will reveal that it was truly divine and all other natures see and pursuits merely human. Obviously you're next going to ask which regime this is. Wrong, he said. I was going to ask whether it's the one we've been founding. In all other respects, yes. And we did mention that there must always be an element in our city with the same understanding of the regime that you as lawgiver had when you'd established the laws. We did say that. But not clearly enough, for fear of what your objections have shown will be a long, hard demonstration. What's left won't be so easy. What is it? How a city can handle philosophy without destroying itself. All great things are precarious, and the old saying is true, beautiful things really are difficult. Still, we must finish our demonstration by making this clear. If we don't, it won't be from lack of desire but ability. Watch and see how eager I am. Note the reckless enthusiasm with which I declare that a city must take up philosophy contrary to the way it's done now. How? If people now take it up at all, they do so as adolescents 498 before going into business. They flirt with its hardest part, discussion, drop it, and are made out to be complete philosophers. In later life they may, if invited, agree to listen to others discuss, and consider it a wonderful thing if they do, because they think of it as an avocation to pursue in spare time. In old age all but a very few are extinguished, be even more completely than Heraclitus's son, because they never rekindle. How should they do it? Just the opposite. Engage in adolescent philosophy and education as boys and young men, and give special attention to their bodies as they grow up, to acquire a helper for philosophy. As the soul begins to mature with the passing years, tighten up its exercise, and when their strength declines and exempts them from military and political duties, see then be turned out to pasture to do nothing, except as a sideline, but practice philosophy, if they are to live happily here and crown their lives when they die with their fitting portion over there. You do seem to be speaking enthusiastically, Socrates. But I think most of your listeners will resist even more enthusiastically and remain completely unconvinced, beginning with Thrasymachus here. Heraclitus was an early logic philosopher, ca. 500 BC, who wrote startling aphorisms. The reference is to his saying, "The sun is new every day." The Republic I don't estrange Thrasymachus and me when we've just become friends, not that we were enemies before. We won't give up our attempt until we either convince him and the others or make some useful contribution to that life when they'll be born again and encounter discussions like these. A short time you address yourself to. Nothing at all compared to the whole, I said. But it's no wonder the many disbelieve what we say. They've never seen the implementation of our recommendation. They've only heard jargon like that, rhymed and balanced on per epos instead of falling out naturally, as here. But a man rhymed and balanced to the highest perfection of excellence in word and deed and holding sway in a city like himself, 499 that they've never seen, one or many. Nor, my friend, have they heard enough beautiful, liberal speech, which strives in every way to search out truth for the sake of knowledge and only greets from afar that subtle disputation which strains purely after rivalry and opinion in courts and private gatherings. No, he said, they haven't. Those are the facts that we then foresaw with dread. Nevertheless, truth compelled us to say that neither a city nor a regime nor even a man will grow to perfection until some necessity thrown by chance enmeshes those few philosophers now called not evil but useless into taking care of their cities whether they want to or not, and the cities into obeying them, or until true love for true philosophy falls from divine inspiration into some reigning king or regent or into one of his sons. To say that either or both of these alternatives cannot occur makes no sense, I maintain. If it did, they could justly laugh us to scorn for mouthing pious wishes, don't you think? Yes. But if in boundless time gone by, some necessity to care for a city has ever befallen eminent philosophers, or is upon them now in some barbarian land far beyond our view, or will befall in the future, then we'll be prepared to contend that this regime was and is and will again come to be whenever the muse of philosophy masters a city. It isn't impossible, nor are we discussing impossibilities, though we ourselves admit that it's difficult. It seems so to me too, he said. But not to the many, you say. Probably not. Ah, my friend, don't be so hard on the many. They'll have a different opinion if you encourage them rather than argue with them, and if you dispel their prejudice by pointing out who you mean by philosophers, distinguishing as we 500 did their nature and pursuits so that they don't imagine you mean who they think. And even if they keep on viewing them as they do, don't you think they'll change their minds and answer differently? Or do you think that someone mild and ungrudging will be angry or envious toward one who is neither angry nor envious? I'll forestall your reply by saying that though a few people may have such harsh natures, I don't think it's true of the crowd. I fully agree, he said. B. Do you also agree that the cause of their indignation with philosophy are those riotous party crashers who burst in from outside, abusing and quarreling with each other and forever indulging in personalities, doing what least comports with philosophy? I certainly do. I suppose a man with his mind truly on reality has no time to look down at human concerns, Dimantus, or to see fight with these people and fill himself with rancor and envy, but in watching and contemplating ordered things that always stay the same in every respect, that neither suffer nor commit injustice toward one another but keep a rational order, he starts to imitate and resemble them himself. Or do you think a man can associate with something he admires and yet not imitate it? Impossible. Therefore, by associating with the orderly and divine, the philosopher becomes as orderly and divine as a human being can be, though prejudice occurs in everything. Absolutely. Now if some necessity befalls him to practice what he sees over there and to stamp it individually and collectively on human dispositions instead of molding only himself, do you think he'll become a poor craftsman of temperance, justice, and all popular excellence? Not at all. And if the many see we were telling he truth about him, will they be angry with the philosophers and disbelieve us when we say that a city will never be happy unless it's been painted by painters who use the divine model? Not if they see it, he said. But what kind of painting do you mean? 501. They'll take a city and human dispositions as if they were a slate and first clean it off, which isn't so easy. You'll note that right here they differ from others in refusing to touch a man or a city or to draw up laws unless they either receive a clean slate or clean it themselves. Next they'll sketch an outline of the regime and then fill it in, constantly looking back and forth to that which by nature is the just, the beautiful, the temperate, and so on, and to that which they're trying to paint into the men, mixing and ending from all pursuits to get the true complexion of man, basing their judgment on what Homer too called divine and God-complexioned whenever it appeared in a human. And often, I suppose, they'll rub out a part and repaint it, until they see create human dispositions as dear to the gods as can be. At least they'll produce a beautiful picture, he said. Are we somehow persuading the ones who you said were stampeding us down that this is the regime painter we recommended to them when they got angry with us for handing the city over to him? Will they calm down now that they've heard this? They will if they have any sense. What do they have to carp at? That the philosophers aren't lovers of truth, and what is? or that their nature as we've presented it isn't akin to the best. That would be a strange cavil. And won't this nature, if any, become perfectly good and philosophies if it finds its proper pursuits? Or will they say it's those others that we rejected? Hardly, will they still be indignant at us for saying that until the philosopher Das masters the city there'll be no end to the evils for her or her citizens, nor will the regime we've spun out in words find fulfillment in deed? Less, perhaps. Instead of a less, can't we say they've been completely calmed and persuaded and will agree with us now out of shame, if nothing else? Yes. Then let's assume they are persuaded of that. Now will anyone dispute that kings or regents could by chance produce offspring with philosophic natures? No. And if born, Adimantus, could anyone prove that they must necessarily be corrupted? We ourselves admit that their preservation would be difficult, but who could say that of all the princes in all of time not one could be preserved? No one. And one would suffice, I said, if he had an obedient city, to accomplish all this that now seems incredible, because if a ruler established the laws and pursuits we've gone through, it isn't impossible that the citizens might be willing to carry them out. And would it be impossible or surprising if someone else had reached the same opinion of this that we have? See, I don't think so. I think we've already sufficiently shown that if all this were possible it would be for the best. Yes. Then the result of our inquiry, it seems, is that our legislation would be for the best if it came about, and that it would be hard to bring about, but not impossible. That's the conclusion, all right. Well, we've managed to finish that and must now discuss what remains, how to produce preservers of the regime, what studies and pursuits will produce them, and at what age they should take up each one. Yes, we must. I cleverly dodged these unsavory topics before: possession of wives, mating, and the way to appoint the rulers, because I knew the absolutely true way would arouse envy and be hard to achieve. But my cleverness did me no good, because now we must go through it anyway. We've finished with the women and children and must now go back to the rulers as though starting from scratch. We said, you'll recall, 503 that they must prove themselves patriotic by being tested in pleasures and pains, and show that they won't drop this conviction in fear or suffering or any other vicissitude, or else be rejected. The one who emerges from all that as pure as gold tested in fire must be appointed ruler and receive prizes and gifts both while living and after he's dead. Something like that is what the argument dropped as she slipped past in a veil, in dread of stirring up the present discussion. That's true, he said, I remember. I was hesitant then, my friend, to suggest what now has been ventured. But let it now be said, as our most exacting guardians we must appoint philosophers. Yes, let it be said. Notice how few you're likely to have, Adimantus. They must have the nature we described, whose parts seldom occur together, but tend to grow scattered. How do you mean? He asked. See, you know that shrewd, quick, retentive minds which learn easily and also possess vigor and grandeur seldom are found in natures disposed to lead orderly, quiet, and stable lives. Their alacrity carries them hither and yon, and all their stability vanishes. True. Whereas stable, unchangeable dispositions that inspire confidence and refuse to be budged by the fears of battle are the same in their studies. When they face an assignment they are hard to budge and slow to learn, full of sleep and yawns, as numb as if stung by a stingray. That's true too. But we say our men must duly participate in both of these natures, or else have no share in the most exacting education, in honor, or in rule. Won't that be a rare combination? Certainly. Then they must be tested in those pleasures, pains, and fears we mentioned, as well as in other things we'll now add. We must exercise them in many subjects and observe whether they'll be able to endure the highest studies or shrink back, the way some athletes shrink back from their 504 events. That would be fitting, he said. But what studies do you mean by the highest? I suppose you remember, I said, that after separating out 3 forms in the soul we concluded what justice, temperance, courage, and wisdom are. If I didn't I wouldn't deserve to hear the rest. Do you also remember what we said before that? The reference is to 435d, p. 102. What? B. That these 4 could best be seen by taking a detour, a longer way that would make them all clear, but that we could also tack on proofs that followed our previous discussion. You said that would be fine, so we discussed them like that. I thought the discussion lacked accuracy, but if it was precise enough for you, you may say so. I think you gave us good measure, said Adimantus, and these others seem to agree. See, my friend, in something like this a measure that falls short of what is, by even the slightest amount, can hardly be good. Nothing imperfect is the measure of anything. But some seem satisfied even with that and think there's no need to search further. That happens to many from laziness. But a guardian of the laws and the city ought to be immune to such an affliction. Most likely. Then, my friend, he must take the longer path and work as hard at learning as at gymnastics. Otherwise, as we said, he'll never reach the end of the highest studies which most properly belong to him. You mean there's something higher than justice and all we've gone through? Not only higher, I replied, but it demands to be contemplated in a finished portrait rather than in outline, as we've been doing. Wouldn't it be absurd to sweat and strain to get these less important details as clean and exact as possible and then not insist on the greatest precision in the highest things? It certainly would, he said. But do you think anyone would let you go without asking what this highest learning is and what it's about? Not really, so ask me. But you've heard it many times, so either you're not thinking or you intend to pester me as 505 before by not letting me go. I think that's it, because you've often heard that the highest learning is the shape of the good, which everything just, beautiful, and so on must use in order to become useful and beneficial. You probably also know that I'll say we don't have sufficient knowledge of it, and that knowing everything else is useless without knowing the good, just as possessing anything is useless without it? Or do you think there's profit in having or knowing every thing without the beautiful and the good? No, by Zeus, I don't. And you also know this, the many imagine the good to be pleasure, the more refined call it knowledge. Of course. But the latter can't specify which kind, and finally are forced to say, knowledge of the good. Absurdly enough. Yes, I said. They berate us for not knowing the good and then turn around and speak as if we knew it. Knowledge of the good, they say, as though we'll catch their meaning if only they utter the word. True, he said. What about the ones who den the good as pleasure? Aren't they held with wandering too? They are forced to admit that there are bad pleasures, and end up identifying the good with the bad. Isn't that so? Yes. Controversial as this subject clearly is, isn't this, at least, clear? That concerning the just and the beautiful, many people might choose to possess, or imagine things that seem like that, even if they are not, whereas no one would consent to have things that seem good. They seek what is good, and at this point everyone despises the seeming. Very clear, he said. What every soul pursues and for which it does all that it does, divining that it exists but baffled and unable to grasp what exactly it is, lacking firm belief to rely on as in everything else and therefore missing whatever benefit may come from anything else. In a matter of such size and merit are we to say that our city's best men, to whom everything shall 506 be entrusted, should grope around in the dark? Absolutely not. I should think just and beautiful things won't have much of a guardian in a man ignorant of how they are good. I predict that no one will know them sufficiently until he knows that. A good prediction, he said. Then won't our regime be completely ordered when it's watched by a guardian who knows that? Necessarily, he said. But, Socrates, what do you say the good is, knowledge or pleasure or what? What a man! I exclaimed. You made it clear long ago that you wouldn't be satisfied with other people's opinions of this. I don't think it's right, Socrates, to give the convictions of others without telling your own, when you've been involved with this for such a long time. What? Do you think it's right for a person to speak as if he knew about things that he doesn't? Not as if he knew, but he might tell what he thinks about them. But haven't you seen how ugly all opinions are without knowledge? The best are blind, or do people who conjecture some truth without using intelligence strike you as better than blind men who take the right road? Not a bit. Then why do you want to see my blind, crooked, ugly opinions, Adimantus, when you could hear beautiful, clear ones from others? By Zeus, Socrates, said Glaucon, don't stop now as though you were at the finish. We'll be satisfied if you explain the good the way you explain justice and temperance and all that. So would I, Glaucon, more than satisfied. but I'm afraid that for all my eagerness I'd stumble around and look like a fool. So, my friends, for now let's leave the question of what the good is. I don't think we have enough of a start even to reach my opinion of it. But I am willing to tell who I think is the offspring of the good and most in its likeness, if you wish. If not, let it go. Speak, said Glaucon, you're holding our interest. You can stay in debt to us for the father's account till some other time. 507. I wish I could return, and you could collect the principal and not just the interest. As it is, accept this as the interest and offspring of the good. Just be careful I don't unintentionally deceive you. Don't credit my account if it's counterfeit. We'll be careful, just speak. I will, after I remind you of what we said a while ago and many times before, and get your agreement on it. The Republic log, what? He asked. We say beautiful things and good things and so forth are many, and so dend them in our speech. Then we turn around and say there's a beautiful itself, a good itself, and so on for all the things we then classed as many. We posit one shape for each das, on the grounds that a shape is one, and call it that which is. Right, he said. And we say the menace are visible but not intelligible, the shapes intelligible but not visible. Absolutely. What do we see visible things with? See, sight. And hearable things with hearing, and all sensible things with our senses. Of course, said Glaucon. Have you noticed how the craftsman who fashioned the senses made the power of seeing and being seen the most priceless of all? Not really. Well, look, do hearing and sound need some third thing as a medium to enable them to hear and be heard? No. The same with the other powers. I can think of few if any that need a medium. Can you, Glaucon? No. Except seeing and being seen. How so? If someone has sight and tries to use it, then even if colors are present you know his eyes will see nothing and the colors be dark without the presence of a third kind of thing that naturally exists just for this. What is it? What you, I said, call light. That's true, he said. So the sense of sight and the power of being seen are harnessed together by a yoke more precious in kind than 508 those that join other teams, if light is no cheap thing. Far from it. Then which of the gods in the sky do you proclaim Lord of this, whose light causes our sight most beautifully to see, and visible things to be seen? The same as you and everyone else. Clearly you mean the sun. And isn't sight related to this God in such a way that be neither it nor its organ, which we call the eye, is the sun? Yes. But of all the organs of sense, I think, the eye is the most sun-like. By far. And it holds its power as an overflow dispensed by the sun. Of course. So too the sun is not sight, but the cause of sight, which sees him. Exactly. That's what I meant by the offspring of the good. The good begot the sun as a proportion to itself, as is the good to intelligence and to intelligible things in the intelligible sea realm, so is the sun to sight and to visible things in the visible realm. What? Explain that more fully. When you look at things whose colors are covered not with sunlight but moonlight, you know your eyes darken and seem almost blind, as though there were no pure sight in them. But in sunlight they see clearly and clearly have sight. Of course. Then think of it as the same with the eye of the soul, Glaucon. When it rests on the place lit by truth and what is, it perceives it and knows it and seems to have intelligence. But in the place mingled with darkness, the region of becoming and passing away, it darkens and conjectures, changes its opinions up and down, and now appears to have no intelligence. That's how it appears, this, then, which lends truth to things known and gives to knowers the power to know, you may call the shape of the good. As cause of knowledge and truth, you may think of it as apprehended by knowledge, and yet, beautiful as truth and knowledge both are, you will be right in considering the good to be something other and even more beautiful than they. Just as before it was proper to regard light and seeing 509 not as the sun, but as sunlight, so now it is proper to regard both knowledge and truth not as the good, but as good-like. Higher honors must be reserved for the state of the good. What fabulous beauty, he cried, if it imparts truth and knowledge, yet excels them in beauty. I guess you don't den the good as pleasure. Hush, I said. Now examine the image further. I think you'll agree that the sun lends to visible things not only visibility, but also generation, nurture, and growth, though the sun himself is not generation. Of course. Then you must also agree that because of the good not only is knowability present in knowable things, but also existence and being, even though the good is not being, but beyond being, surpassing even it in dignity and power. Apollo! Glaucon cried comically. What divine transcendence! Well, it's your fault for making me give my opinion of it. Don't stop, he said. At least go on with the simile of the sun, unless you're already up to the end. Oh, I'm hardly up to that. Don't drop a thing. I'm afraid I'll drop a lot, but I'll try to keep it up as far as present circumstances permit. I won't let you down intentionally. No, don't. Then regard them as two, the one reigning over the D realm of the intellect, the other over the realm of the I. I avoid saying sky so you don't think I'm playing on words. Anyway, do you have these two classes, the visible and the intelligible? Yes. Then take a line divided into two unequal segments, one for the visible, one for the intelligible and divide i.e. the good and the sun. The pun on I and sky below is more involved in Greek. If the Greek word for sky is taken as three separate words, ourano, it means of no intelligence. Socrates pretends to avoid saying realm of the sky or of no intelligence, so as not to be accused of deriving his scheme from a pun. Each segment again in the same ratio, footnote, CE in footnote 10. Your segments, arranged by relative clarity and obscurity, will be, first, in either visible das, images. By that I mean shadows, appari 5-10 tions in water or other dense, smooth, bright surfaces, everything like that, if you see what I mean. I see. As the next segment, footnote, CE in footnote 10. Footnote, CE in footnote 10. Take the things that they image, animals around us and the whole das of natural and man-made things. All right. Would you say this division expresses a proportion in regard to truth and its opposite, as the conjecturable is to the knowable, so is the likeness to the original? B. I certainly would. Now observe how we must divide the intelligible segment. How? Into two parts, 1 inch that the soul is obliged to investigate. The divided line might look something like this: forms, shapes, objects of intellection, intelligible das, truth, knowledge, mathematical objects, objects of understanding, see things, originals of ad, objects visible das, of trust, opinion, conjecture, d images, objects of imaging, AC, CB equals ad, DC equals CE, eb. And there is the same length as CE. Also CB, AC equals eb, DC equals CE, ad, C534A, P. 193 to 194. It is impossible to tell which segment Plato intended to be the larger, but it should be the intelligible, since it contains everything in the visible segment as well as concepts, such as numbers, that do not exist in the visible segment. Add in footnote 10 above. DC in footnote 10. AC CB equals add DC in footnote 10. Knowable equals intelligible. CB in footnote 10. Gate from assumptions, using as images what in the previous segment were originals and proceeding not to a source but to a conclusion, another where it goes from an assumption to an unassumed source and uses no images, but only forms themselves by themselves. I don't quite understand. Try again, I said. This may be easier. I think see that geometers and arithmeticians and so forth assume the odd and the even, the figures, the three kinds of angles, and all the other things that pertain to each field. They posit these as assumptions, as if they were known, and consider them so self-evident that they needn't give any further account of them either to themselves or to others. Starting from these, they go through the rest of their inquiry and finally reach the logically consistent conclusion they were looking for when they began. I know that very well, he said. Then you also know they use visible forms to illustrate what they mean, though they are not thinking of them but of the originals they represent, the rectangle itself and the diagonal itself, rather than the ones that they draw. They use either figures they mold and draw, which themselves throw shadows and images in water, as images, striving to see the figures themselves, which only the understanding can see. 511. True. I called this class intelligible then, even though the soul is forced to investigate it by means of assumptions without going to a source, as though unable to climb above the assumptions, and uses as images things imaged by things below them, compared with which the higher are honored as clear and distinct. I understand you mean the das studied by geometry B and related sciences. Arch, the same word as political rule. But it also means source, or beginning, in contrast to conclusion, which in Greek literally means end. Then understand that by the other intelligible segment I mean the one that reason itself grasps by the power of dialectic, taking assumptions not as sources, but in the literal sense, as starting points or rungs, to climb to the unassumed up to the source of the whole, grasp it, and then, clinging to the consequences clinging to it, climb back down to a final conclusion, using nothing perceptible at all, but see only forms themselves by themselves to themselves, ending at forms. I understand, he said, though not well enough. It seems like a gigantic task you're relating, that you wish to define the segment contemplated by the dialectical knowledge of the intelligible and of what as being clearer than the one studied by the so-called sciences, where the observers, though forced to observe with understanding instead of the senses, treat assumptions as sources. And since they examine down from assumptions rather than up to a source, they seem to you not to have intelligence of their subjects, which are, however, intelligibles with a governing source. And I think you call the geometrical or mathematical state of mind not intelligence but understanding, as standing under intelligence, between it and opinion. You've got it well enough, I said. Now for these four segments take four states that arise in the soul and give intellection to the highest segment, understanding to the second, trust to the third, and imaging to the last. Arrange them in a proportion and regard each as participating in as much clarity as its object does truth. I understand, concur, and arrange them as you say. Next, I said, compare human nature in its educated and uneducated state to the following situation. Imagine also, argument, both reason and its operation. Men in a cave-like underground dwelling with a long entrance, as wide as the cave and open to the light. The men have been chained foot and neck since childhood. The chains keep them in place and prevent them from turning their heads, so that they only see forward. Light comes to them from a fire burning at a distance above and behind them. Between the and the prisoners, higher than they, imagine a road with a low wall built alongside, like the screen set in front of puppeteers, over which they show their puppets. I see, said Glaucon. Then see people walking along the road carrying things on their heads, including figures of men and animals made of wood, stone, and other materials. These extend over the 515 top of the wall and, as you might expect, some of the people are talking, while others are silent. Strange is your image, he said, and your prisoners strange. Like us, I said. Do you think such prisoners would ever see anything of themselves or each other except their shadows thrown by the on the facing wall of the cave? How could they if their heads were held still all their lives? What would they see of the things carried by? The same. Now if they could talk to each other, don't you think they'd believe what they saw was reality? Necessarily. What if the prison had an echo from the front? Whenever a passerby spoke, wouldn't the prisoners think it was the passing shadow that spoke? The cave would look something like this, they certainly would. So men like that, I said, would firmly believe truth to be the shadows of artificial objects. An absolute necessity, he said. Now look, what if they could be freed from their bonds and cured of their unreason by some natural happening like this? One is released and suddenly forced to stand up, turn his head, walk and look up to the light of the fire. All this causes him pain and the glitter blinds him to the things whose shadows he formerly saw. What do you think he'd say if someone told him he used to see nonsense and now sees more truly because he's turned to what more nearly is and to things more nearly real? What if the things passing by were pointed out to him and he was forced to say what each of them was? Don't you think he'd be baffled and believe that the things then seen were truer than the ones now pointed out? Much, he said. And if forced to look at the light itself, it would hurt his eyes and he'd turn away and run back to the things he could see, and believe that they were in reality clearer than the ones pointed out. True. Suppose someone forcibly dragged him out of there up that steep, rugged incline, and didn't let go till he'd dragged him clear out to the light of the sun. Wouldn't such treat 516 meant pain and outrage him, and the beams fill his eyes and make him unable to see any of the things that now are called true? At first it would. I think he'd have to become habituated to see the things above. At first he'd most easily make out shadows, then apparitions of people and things in water, then the things themselves. After that he'd contemplate the heavenly bodies and heaven itself by night, finding starlight and moonlight easier to look at than sunlight and the sun. Of course. And finally, I think, the sun, not an apparition in water or in some other foreign setting, but himself by himself in his own place, he'll be able to see him and contemplate what he's like. Necessarily, he said. And here he'll conclude that this is the giver of seasons and years, curator of all in the visible sphere, the cause sees somehow of all that he used to see. Clearly he'll come upon this after that. What if he thinks back on his former dwelling, on the wisdom there and on his fellow prisoners? Won't he pity them and congratulate himself on his transition? Very much. Suppose they conferred offices, honors, and prizes down there on the one sharpest at spotting the passing shadows, at remembering which normally precede, follow, or accompany each other, and at being able to divine from that what will come next. Do you suppose he'd covet such prizes and strive with the men holding honors and power down there, or would he with Homer much rather follow a plough as the serf of a land-hungry, indigent peasant, and prefer to suffer anything rather than conjecture those things and live like that? Yes, he said, I think he'd suffer anything rather than live like that. Now think about this, I said, if he again went down and sat down in his old place, wouldn't darkness fill his eyes after suddenly coming in from the sun? Completely. And if again he had to evaluate those shadows down there in competition with the perpetual prisoners, Then in that not short time of habituation in which his eyes were 517 dimmed and unrecovered, he'd make a fool of himself, and they'd say he came back from above with ruined eyes and the trip wasn't even worth the attempt. And if they could get their hands on the one who was trying to release them and lead them upward, wouldn't they kill him? Most violently. Then take this image, dear Glaucon, and apply it all to all that we've said. Liken the prisoner's cave to the region be apparent to sight, and the light of their fire to the power of the sun. If you regard the upward journey and the viewing Odyssey 11.489-90, quoted above, 386 c. p. 56. The passage continues, then be king over all these exhausted dead, in the underworld. Of the upper world as the soul's ascent to the intelligible you won't mistake my expectation, which is what you wanted to hear. A god, perhaps, knows if it's true. But here is my vision. The shape of the good is finally and with difficulty seen in the knowable realm, and when seen it must be reckoned the cause of everything upright and beautiful in all, begetting in the visible world light and the Lord of light, itself the Lord giver of truth and intelligence in the intelligible world, that which a man must see to act rationally for himself or his community. I assent, he said, as well as FM able. Then assent to this too, I said, and don't be surprised if the ones who have been there don't want to tend to human concerns, but their souls always strive upward to pastime there. I suppose that will happen, if this part also comports with our image. Very likely, he said. Do you wonder that a man returned from divine contemplations to human evils should cut a poor figure while still dazzled and unaccustomed to the present darkness? Won't he look clumsy and ridiculous if forced to contend in court or elsewhere about the shadows of justice, or rather about either figurines that throw the shadows, and about how men interpret them who have never seen justice itself? He certainly will. If a person has sense, he'll remember that two things confuse the eyes, moving from darkness to light and from light to darkness, and believe that the same happens to the soul. Therefore he won't thoughtlessly laugh when he sees a soul stunned and unable to see, but examine whether it's darkened by unfamiliarity after coming from a brighter life or dazed by the glitter in moving from deeper ignorance to greater brightness, then congratulate the first on its state and life, but pity the other. And if he feels like laughing at it, his laughter won't be as contemptible as when a man laughs at a soul come down from the light above. That's quite reasonable. If it's true, we mustn't believe that education is as some people proclaim, that the soul has no knowledge and they see put it in, like sight in blind eyes, intelligible. That is what they say. But our argument indicates that the power of learning is in everyone's soul. It's as if we couldn't turn our eye from the dark to the bright without turning our whole body around. So here we must turn the whole soul and its organ of learning away from becoming until it faces being and can endure contemplating the brightest of what is. We call that the good, don't we? Yes. Then, I said, education would be the art of turning this organ around in the easiest, most effective way, not of implanting sight, which it already has, but of contriving to turn the organ around to look where it should. So it seems, he said. The other excellences said to belong to the soul are probably due to those of the body, really absent at first and then implanted by habit and practice. But the excellence of understanding, it seems, is definitely something more divine. It never loses its power, but becomes useful and helpful or useless and harmful depending on how it's turned. Have you ever seen people called wise but vicious? 519 Their little soul peers out shrewdly and keenly discerns whatever it's turned to, as though its sight were not poor. But since it's forced to serve evil, the sharper it sees the more damage it does. Yes, I have. If this part of such a nature had been hammered from childhood, then the relatives of becoming, which grow onto it through eating and similar gluttonous desires and pleasures and turn the soul's vision downward, would have been struck from it like lead weights. Then, rid of those and turned around to things that are true, the eyes of those same souls would have seen truth the most sharply, just as now they see sharply whatever they are turned to. Most likely, he said. Doesn't everything we've said make it both likely and necessary that neither the uneducated with no experience of truth nor people allowed to continue their education to the end will ever adequately manage a city? The uneducated have no single target in life at which to aim all their activity, eye of the soul, i.e., mind or intelligence. I ate book 7 in public and private. The others won't willingly act at all. While still alive they think they've been settled on the Isles of the Beast. True, he said. Then our job as founders, I said, is to force the best natures to reach the learning we call the highest, to climb that ascent and see the good, and when they've climbed and sufficiently seen, not to permit them what's permitted them now. What? To linger there and refuse to climb back down to those prisoners and take part in their labors and honors, whether serious or trivial. But won't we be doing them an injustice, forcing them to live a poor life when they could live a better? You've forgotten, my friend, that the law doesn't care about anyone doing exceptionally well, but is trying to devise this for the whole city by fitting the citizens together through persuasion and necessity, by making them share 520 whatever benefit each can contribute to the common good, and by engendering beneficial men in the city, not so each may do as he likes, but so the law may use them to bind the city together. You're right, he said, I had forgotten. Then, Glaucon, I said, observe that we won't be doing our philosophers an injustice. We can justify forcing them to care for the others as guardians. Philosophers born into other cities, we'll say, can reasonably decline to share in the chores because they've arisen spontaneously, against the will of their governments, and a natural growth is obligated to no one for its nurture and has no just debt to repay. But we've bred you like queen bees to lead the hive and yourselves, educated you better and more completely than those, and made you more capable of participating in both tasks. See down you must go, therefore, each in your turn to that cave with the others and accustom yourselves to viewing the things of darkness. Once you do you'll see them infinitely better than they and recognize each phantom and its original, because you've seen the truth about just, beautiful, and good things. Thus your city and ours will be governed awake and not in a dream as most cities now, whose citizens fight with each other about shadows in civil war over rule, as though rule were some great good. But the truth is probably this, a city whose future rulers are the least eager to rule will necessarily be the best governed and freest from strife, and the one with opposite rulers the worst. Certainly, he said. Do you think they'll disobey us and refuse to join in the work of the city each in his turn, though living together most of the time in the pure? Impossible, we issue just commands to the just. But each ye above all will accept rule as a necessity to be endured, the opposite of all rulers now. True enough, my friend. If you discover a life better than ruling for those destined to rule, a well-governed city will be 521 possible, because only in it will the rulers be truly not in gold, but in the wealth that a man must have to be happy, a good and sensible life. If they are beggars who enter public life because they are starved of personal goods and think they have to steal their good there, it will be impossible. When rule becomes hotly contested, civil war settles down and destroys rulers and city alike. True, he said. Do you know of any life except a true philosopher's that despises public office? No, by Zeus, he said. And rule must be courted only by non-lovers. Otherwise her suitors will fight. Of course. Then will you force anyone else to accept the guardianship of your city but those who know what makes a city the best governed, and who have other honors and a better life than the political? No? Would you like to examine how such men can be brought into being and led up to the light, the way they say some have gone from Hades up to the gods? Of course I would. It seems this will be no chance spin of the shard, calling it light or dark, but a turning around of the soul from a piece of pottery painted white on one side and black on the other was spun or flipped and would be called light or dark, i.e. heads or tails, daylight night to the true day, the upward climb to what is, which we call true philosophy. Certainly. Then shall we examine which learning has this power? Of course. What study serves as a winch to lift the soul from becoming to being? Something occurs to me as I speak, Glaucon. Didn't we say that while still young our guardians must be athletes of war? Yes. So the study we're looking for must also be useful for warriors. Yes, if that's possible. They've already been educated in gymnastics and poetry. Gymnastics putters around with becoming and passing away, supervising the body's growth and decay. So that's not 522 what we're looking for. How about the poetry we went through earlier? That was the counterpoint to gymnastics, he said. You'll remember it educated our guardians by habit, its melody and rhythm imparting good harmony and grace, not knowledge. Its words, fictitious or more true, had certain sister habits, but nowhere did it have a learning that led to be the sort of good you're looking for now. An accurate reminder, Glaucon, it really didn't. But what else could it be, for heaven's sake? The skills all seemed rather menial. Of course. And what study is left besides poetry, gymnastics, and the skills? If we can't find something outside them, let's get one that applies to them all. What? Something common, which all skills, knowledge, and thought use, one of the first things we all must learn. What's that? The trivial business of distinguishing 1, 2, 3, number and calculation, I mean. Isn't it true that every skill and science is forced to participate in number? It surely is. Even military science. An absolute necessity. That's how Palamedes makes Agamemnon look like an ass in all the tragedies. Haven't you noticed? They say he invented number and then marshaled the army in ranks at Troy and counted the ships and everything, as though they were uncounted before. Agamemnon must not have known how many feet he had if he didn't know how to count. How's that for a general, Glaucon? A rather odd one, if it's true. Then we'll establish another learning as necessary for a military man, the ability to count and calculate. Absolutely, if he's supposed to know anything about marshalling troops or even be a human being. Do you see what I see in this learning? What? It seems to be one of the studies we're looking for. It naturally leads to intellection, though no one uses it properly, as a winch to absolute being. How do you mean? You try to make my opinion clear. Observe how I distinguish the things that lead up there from the ones that do not and agree or disagree, so we'll clearly see whether or not I intuit this correctly. Show them. I will if you watch. Some things that strike the senses don't invite the intellect to examine them because they be sufficiently judged by perception, whereas others encourage examination because perception yields no sound result. Clearly you mean things seen from afar and in perspective drawings. You don't quite have it, I said. What do you mean then? By not inviting, I mean things that don't issue in a simultaneous contrary impression, those that do as inviting see, whenever perception reveals both a thing and its contrary, whether it strikes the senses from near or far. This will make it clearer. These, we say, 3 fingers, the little, the middle, and the one in between. All right. Assume that I speak of them as seen from dose up. Now observe that each appears to be as much a finger as the Agamemnon led the Greek army at Troy. Palamedes was credited with the invention of numbers and the alphabet. Others, whether seen as between or outside, black or white, thick or thin, and so on. In none of these cases does the soul in most people compel the intellect to ask what finger is, because sight nowhere gives it a simultaneous signal that the finger contradicts finger. No, it doesn't, he said. Therefore we wouldn't expect a thing like that to invite or awake intellection. No? But what about their largeness and smallness? Does sight suffice to see that, whether the finger lies between or outside? And is the sense of touch able to feel their thickness and thinness or hardness and softness? Aren't all the senses deficient in revealing that sort of thing? Doesn't each of 524 them function like this? The sense directed to hardness is necessarily also directed to softness and reports to the soul that it perceives the same thing as both hard and soft. Yes, he said. So in this situation, I said, the soul is necessarily baffled about what touch means by signaling hard when it calls the same thing soft, and about what the heavy and the light can be when the sensations of light and heavy report the heavy as light and the light as heavy. Yes, these communications puzzle the soul and demand examination. In such cases, it seems, a soul first summons calculation and intellection and tries to examine whether each of the things reported is one or two. If they appear two, then each appears to be one and different, and if each is one and both two, then intellection thinks of the two as separate, because see, if they weren't separate it would think not of two but of one. Right. Similarly sight, we say, saw the large and the small, not separated, but jumbled together. Isn't that so? Yes. And to clear this up, the intellect was also forced to see the large and the small, not jumbled, but separate, the opposite of sight. True. So it's in situations like this that it first occurs to us to ask what is the large, and what is the small? Absolutely. Therefore we called the one intelligible and the other visible. Right. That's what I was just trying to say. Some things invite understanding and others do not. And I defined things that strike the senses along with their contraries as inviting the intellect, those that don't as not inviting it. Now I understand and agree, he said. Then in which das do you put number and one? I've no idea. Well, hew it out from what we've said. If one itself is sufficiently seen, or grasped by some other sense, then it's not a winch to being, just as we said finger is not. But if one is never seen without its contrary, so that it always appears to be its contrary as well as itself, then it demands judgment because it baffles the soul and forces it to investigate. The soul stirs up its mind and asks what one itself is. Thus the study of unity would be one of the studies that lead the soul 525 and turn it to the contemplation of what is. Certainly the sight of it especially does that. We see the same thing simultaneously as one and as limitless in quantity. If that happens with one, it must happen with every number. Of course. And arithmetic and calculation deal with number. Certainly. And they appear to lead to truth, incredibly. So calculation, it seems, is one of the studies we're looking for. A soldier must learn it to marshal troops, a philosopher to emerge from becoming and seize being, or never become a rational being. That's a fact, he said. And our guardians are both soldiers and philosophers. Certainly. I.e. as infinitely divisible. Also, calculating, the same word in Greek. This makes it easy to maintain that calculation awakens the calculating, rational part of the soul. So, calculation, below, also means reason. Then it would be fitting, Glaucon, to make a law and persuade the ones destined to participate in the highest sea things of the city to court calculation and clasp her to them, not in the popular way, but until they come to contemplate the nature of number with pure intellect, and not for the sake of buying and selling, like merchants and shopkeepers, but for war and for ease in turning the soul itself around from becoming to being and truth. Beautifully put, he said. Now that arithmetic has come up, I said, I notice how elegant and how comprehensively useful it is for what we want, if pursued for knowledge rather than shopkeeping. In what way? In the way we just said, it powerfully leads the soul upward somewhere and forces it to discuss numbers themselves. It firmly rejects any proposal to discuss numbers that have visible or tangible bodies. I suppose you know that if you try to divide the one itself in an argument, the adepts will laugh and refuse to accept it. If you split it, they'll multiply it and make sure it never appears to be not one but many parts. True. 6. Suppose someone asked them, what kind of numbers are you discussing, you strange people, in which the ones live up to your expectations, each of them equal to every other without any divergence and without any parts? What do you think they'd reply, Glaucon? That they are susceptible only of thought, and can be handled in no other way. You see, my friend? Arithmetic really seems a necessity for us because it imposes the added necessity on the soul to use the intellect itself to reach truth itself. And a truly powerful necessity it is. Have you ever observed that natural arithmeticians are naturally quick in almost every subject, whereas slow people educated in calculation at least improve and get quicker, if nothing else? That's true, he said. And I don't think you'll find many studies that involve more hard work for the student. For all of these reasons we mustn't let arithmetic go but educate the best natures in it. I agree. That's one then, I said. For the second, let's examine the subject that follows it and see if it suits us. What do you mean? Geometry? Exactly, I said. Well, it's clearly suited to warfare. Geometry would make a man a better officer for occupying territory, making encampments, forming ranks and columns, and for all the other formations made in battle and on the march. But a small part of geometry and arithmetic would be sufficient for that. We have to decide whether the large, more advanced part tends to make it easier to see the shape of the good. We say anything tends there which forces the soul to turn around to that region where it can see what it must see above all, the happiest of what is. You're right, he said. Therefore geometry is suitable if it forces the soul to contemplate being, if becoming, it's not. So we say, no one with the slightest acquaintance with Geometry 527 would deny that it completely contradicts the ridiculous language geometricians are forced to use in dealing with it. They speak as if they were doing something and all their words refer to actions, squaring, adding, applying, and all the other terms they use, whereas in reality, I think, the whole study is pursued for the sake of knowledge. Absolutely, he said. Shouldn't we agree on something else? What? That it's the knowledge of what always is, not of something now becoming, now passing away. That's an easy agreement, he said. Geometry's the knowledge of what always is. Then, my friend, it would serve as a winch to hoist the soul to truth, producing a philosophic state of mind to lift upward what we now perversely keep down. More than anything, he said. So more than anything, I said, we must direct the sea citizens of your lovely city not to neglect geometry. Even its side benefits are considerable. What are they? Besides the military things you just mentioned, we know it makes one beautifully receptive to every study, so that a ISS Book 7 man who has grasped geometry differs completely from one who has not. Completely, he said. Then shall we put geometry down as the second subject for our young? Yes, the third will be astronomy, don't you think? Yes, because in making the phenomena of seasons, months, and years more easily perceptible it suits not only farming and sailing, but soldiering too. Delightful, I said. You seem afraid that the many will think you're prescribing useless studies. But though it may be hard to believe, this is no trivial thing. Each of us has in his soul an organ blinded and ruined by other pursuits, either more worth preserving than 10,000 eyes, for it alone sees truth, which in studies like these is cleansed and rekindled. Those who share this opinion will think you speak marvelously well, but those who have never seen it will reasonably think you talk nonsense, because they see no other benefit in these studies. So stop right here and decide 528 which group you're addressing. Or is it neither? Do you speak chiefly for yourself, without of course begrudging another if he can profit from it? That's my choice, said Glaucon, to speak mainly for myself by asking and answering. Fall back then, I said. We didn't take up the subject that rightly follows geometry. What do you mean? After plane geometry we took up solids in revolution B before the solids themselves. The right way is to take the third dimension after the second. That would be solid geometry, the dimension of cubes and of everything with depth. True, but I don't think it's been developed yet, Socrates. For two reasons, I said. First, it's investigated feebly because of its difficulty and because no city holds it in honor. Secondly, to develop it the investigators need a director, who would be hard to find and, as things are now, couldn't manage its arrogant investigators. But if a whole city honored it and supervised it with him, they'd cooperate and study solids continuously and intensively until the truth came to light. The Republic 189 even now, though dishonored by the many and pruned by investigators who have no idea how it is useful, it pushes through everything and grows by its charm, and it wouldn't be surprising if it came to light. Grace and charm it surely bears, he said. But explain this more clearly. You defined geometry as the study of planes and first followed it with astronomy and then took it back. Yes, I made waste in my haste to get everything done. The next dimension was depth, but I skipped over the study of solids because of its laughable state of neglect and followed geometry with astronomy. Solids in motion, you're right, he said. So we'll put astronomy down as our fourth study. The one we left out will be there if a city pursues it. Very likely. And since you rebuke me for praising astronomy in a vulgar way, Socrates, I'll praise it the way you approach it. I think anyone can see that it forces the soul to 529 look up and leads it from things here to things there. Anyone but me, I guess. That's not my opinion. Then what is? That those who would now lead us up to philosophy treat astronomy in a way that makes us look down. How do you mean? How nobly you seem to take the study of things above. Real bet if someone leaned back and tried to learn something by staring at the patterns on the ceiling, you'd think he was contemplating with intellect instead of his eyes. Maybe you're right and I'm being silly, but I can't believe that any learning makes the soul look up except the one that deals with what is and with the invisible. If a man tries to learn anything perceptible, I say he'll never do it, no matter if he gapes upward or stares down with his mouth closed, because there's no knowledge in that kind of thing, and his soul will look down and not up, even if he's floating on his back on the sea or the land. I had that coming, he said. You were right to rebuke me. But how should they study astronomy to make it useful for what we say they must learn? Like this, I said. The patterns in the sky, in that they bedeck the visible world, must be held the fairest, most precise of their kind, though far inferior to the true ones, to the motions, in true number and in all true figures, of speed IPO Book 7 that is and slowness that is as they move in relation to each other and carry what is in them, grasped by reason and understanding, not by sight. Or do you think so? Not at all. Then the heavenly embroidery must be used as a model for the learning that leads to those others. It's as if you came across diagrams exquisitely drawn by Daedalus or some other great artist. An experienced geometrician would probably admire their workmanship but think it ridiculous to study them seriously to learn the truth about equals or do 5/30 or any other proportion. That would be ridiculous, he said. Don't you think a real astronomer will feel the same way when he looks at the movements of the stars? He'll believe that the craftsman of heaven has arranged it and the bodies in it as beautifully as such works can be arranged. But the proportion of night to day and of day to month and of month to year, of the other stars to the sun and the moon and to be one another, wouldn't he think it odd to believe that these, though bodily and visible, occur always the same without deviation, and to seek in every way to get truth from them? I think he would, now that I've heard you. Then, I said, if we're going to participate in real astronomy to make the naturally thinking part of our soul see useful, we'll dismiss the stars and pursue astronomy like geometry, by means of problems. That would certainly multiply the work.